Good morning, good morning, good morning, amazing Law Nerd. We're back for the Law Nerd Book Club, aka the state of Nevada versus Duane Keffe D Davis for the murder of Tupac. Why do I call it the Law Nerd Book Club? Well, I think we've talked about at least 7 different book titles at this point, but the penultimate book in this case, actually probably the ultimate book in this case, is the defendant's own words in Compton Street Legend. What legend is he talking about? Himself. This is not like the legend of Sleepy Hollow. He's talking about himself. He's the legend. The legend is self-referential. It is a absolute masterclass treatise in what not to put in a book if the statute of limitations has not run. And we know that Keffe D knows that. We know that he knows that. How do we know that Keffe D knows that? Because he talks about the fact that there's no statute of limitations for murder in more than one of his interviews. What else does he talk about? Well, he talks about the fact that he was called a rapper killer, and he doesn't deny that fact. What's that, Emily? Oh, is that an adoptive admission, I hear? And then when asked if there's some truth to it, he says, yeah, there's some truth to it. We've learned a lot about evidence in this trial. What's an adoptive admission? When somebody says something to you that you would normally disclaim, especially given the setting, and you don't disclaim it, the jury can view that as an adoptive admission. And he disclaims up one side and down the other any involvement in the murder of Biggie. He does not disclaim any involvement in the murder of Tupac. In fact, in the interviews that we heard yesterday, Keffe D is talking about the fact that he can't tell everything that happened and everything that he knows because it would incriminate himself, and they would give him the death penalty, indicating to me, 1, that he knows exactly what aiding and abetting is, and 2, he's aware that murder 1 would be the case that they gave him, to borrow the words of Snoop. Is Snoop on the witness list? No, but Suge Knight sure is. Are we going to see him testify? I have no idea. Do I want that to happen? Yes, I do. Do I know if that's going to happen? No, I don't. And I'm not sure what we're going to see. I don't know what else the prosecution's going to bring in. But is the book in evidence? Apparently there's a redaction, but the book is in evidence. They printed out the Kindle copy, removed the redacted, and the book's in evidence. The book is in evidence. So if we get to the end of this case and you're thinking, this isn't going to take the jury long, just remember that the jury might also need some time for a Keffe D book club, because he brings us, well, quotes from Winston Churchill, and then the wisdom of how to make PCP. I mean, he doesn't break it down. He just says that he's the best at it. In fact, he probably invented the process of making PCP. He also quotes the Bible at the beginning of one of his chapters. He names the chapter "An Eye for an Eye." He names the chapter "An Eye for an Eye" and starts with, "But if there is serious injury, you are to take life for life, eye for eye, tooth for tooth." I'm pretty sure there's more. There's more to that, and this is, just not the entirety. But when he quotes Winston Churchill, which I really hope that we do see in closing, since we didn't see it at opening, which I still think is a miss, he also quotes Ice-T. So it's not just the Bible and Winston Churchill. Ice-T is also quoted in here. But when we see him quote Winston Churchill, hold on, I'm trying to find the quote. Law nerds. Oh, also Charles Dickens. He does quote Charles Dickens. We'll get to that. Where did my Churchill quote go? I know that I saved it. The problem is I've annotated too close to the sun, and now I can't find it. I'll find it while we roll the intro then. Nope, found it. We got to it. I highlighted it and everything. Emily, what's that on the book? Those are bullet holes. Those are the bullet holes. The bottom has crime scene tape. It says crime scene, do not cross. Did they? I mean, I love a sprayed edge on a book. You paint a dragon on a side of a book and I'm going to buy it. But I don't know about the bullet holes are a choice. The bullet holes are a choice. Winston Churchill once said, Keffe D, page 3, the truth is incontrovertible. Malice may attack it, ignorance may deride it, but in the end, there it is. Keffe D then goes on to say, I'm a good person. The truth will reveal, saved a lot of lives and helped a lot of people. I helped Suge. Back to Suge. He knows I helped him get his feet and get death row going from my hard-earned street shit. Then he turned around and tried to disrespect the game. I helped Puffy. He knows I was there for him. Keffe D invented rap music as it seems. In fact, he probably invented language as we know it. He knows I was there for him when he needed help. There's no fucking way he can deny it. He's going to shiver in his boots if he ever sees me. You guys aren't going to be in the same prison, so you don't have to worry about it. He's in New York. I have a whole gang of dudes from my hood and from Grape Street that can verify and confirm our dealings. I'm not going to say their names until and unless it's time to mention their names. So just the casual dropping of the threat, like don't name them. Because Keffe D also is the ultimate housewife. He's talked about getting drinks thrown at him at parties. Name them. He's keeping more receipts than Lucy Apple Juicy. This man holds a grudge like almost nothing I've seen. And I think he says Suge Knight in this book more than he says the name Tupac. Because his beef is clearly with Suge. Oh, did you know that the only reason Dr. Dre and Suge Knight met is because Keffe D had the connect that was able to get Dr. Dre's number and give it to Suge? Because Suge called him and was like, Keffe D, I gotta talk to the doctor. Not Pepper, Dre. I gotta talk to the doctor. And Keffe D is like, I got you, man. Let me get you Dre's number. He doesn't hesitate to drop a name as long as it's someone famous. So, you know.
Name them.
Here we are for day 7. How long is this trial supposed to last? Well, I don't know how far into their witnesses the prosecution is. They have over 200 witnesses on their witness list. That doesn't mean they're going to call everybody. Some of those witnesses are potentially rebuttal witnesses. Again, you do have to name them all. So no surprises there. But we are on what? Witness number 18. And we've got, I think, oh no, we don't have the Vlad TV interview. There's at least like 5 or 6 more interviews of Keffe D that we don't have, all the YouTube interviews. We'll see if we get to those. I don't know if we will. Maybe we will. And, well, we'll see who else is still alive that was in Vegas. But Keffe D says the person he locked eyes with was Suge Knight. So is Suge Knight going to come and be like, yeah, I saw him that night in Vegas? I don't know. I'm hoping so. But Emily, how do you feel about Keffe D? I think some cases are harder than others to not diagnose people, but he did put himself in the same category as Noriega and Saddam Hussein. So it's really how Keffe D feels about Keffe D. We're going to roll the intro. We're going to go to court. They started just a little bit late this morning, which we love a little Zoom room. It gave EDB time to go get some pumpkin. Emily, it's too early for pumpkin spice season. First of all, incorrect. Second of all, that's a matter of opinion. Third of all, my kids are already back in school. It's basically fall, and I'm gonna have some pumpkin spice and try to manifest it not being 95 degrees. I'm ready for some cool. I'm ready for some cool air. I'm ready for it to cool down. I'm ready for a flannel. I'm ready. I've got boots I want to wear. I'm ready. I'm ready for some boots. I'm ready. So I'm going to embrace my inner basic, and we're going to go to court. Law Nerds, good to see you. Let's roll. Hey there, I'm lawyer and legal analyst Emily D. Baker, and this is your go-to destination for live court coverage. I break down the law, the strategy, and the evidence in real time, so you know what's happening. No law degree required. So join the law nerds in the chat. They're here for the facts, not and let's get to court. I know a lot of you are like, Emily, back to school in August. Look, I understand, because here's the thing. I grew up my entire life in Southern California. I worked in the LA County District Attorney's Office. That's where I grew up. So when we moved to Middle Tennessee, the one thing I didn't think to check soon enough was the back to school date, because I was like, yeah, September, right? Wrong. The way I was scrambling, you know what? Everybody was really kind. But the way I was scrambling to get the kids ready to start school, not in August, at the beginning of August. They get out in May, though. And that's pretty sweet. I enjoy them getting out in May, the beginning of August. But it also makes spring break earlier than a lot of spring breaks. And for Travis, it worked out great, because if we had still been in California in high school, him marching DCI in the summer would have been incredibly difficult, because he wouldn't have been out of school until 4 weeks into the DCI season. So it ended up working out really well, because he graduated the day before he left to move in for DCI, and only came back, he came back a week late into his senior year, and it was fine. It was just fine. So, it all works out. But yeah, school starts differently for everyone. Some of y'all in Arizona start super early. So it's just different. But yeah, kids are back in school. Major Izzy said, wait, August to May isn't the schedule in Cali? No, like September to mid to late June. I know. Look, it's fine. We need to stagger the heavy travel times. I'm here for it. We need to stagger the heavy travel times. The thing that's difficult in California is, at least where I lived, it was hot, like really hot in September and August. It was cold AF in June. It was cold in July. It wasn't hot until September and October. So, but then all the tourists are gone and you can go to the beach. All right. The court's on the bench.
On record, calling the case. Davis, C377407.
Remember,
anything we need to address
audio
before
doesn't
bringing
happen
in the
until the
jury.
court goes on the record.
State?
Not from the state. No.
That's okay, perfect. I think he's lining up the jury, so we'll bring them in as soon as they're ready.
All right, we're going to zoom. Counsel's got a pink flower lapel pin on. I do like counsel's fits. The outfits, not the snarky with the witness yesterday. That all got to be a bit too much. Everybody needed a bit of a break. But we have seen very few arguments over evidence in this case. We have seen very few sidebars. The judge, I think, has been really decisive, but is also incredibly patient. All right, jury's coming in.
Bring the jury.
We'll fly when we take a break. We'll make sure that everybody has time to board. So there are a few witnesses I'm waiting to see. I don't know if we're going to see Greg Kading take the stand. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't. I don't know if we're going to see Suge Knight take the stand. Maybe we will. Maybe we won't.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, sure.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to see you. We are still in the state's case in chief.
I bet this
So
jury
who's
loves
your
this
next witness
judge.
going to be?
No, it's going to be Malcolm Greenidge. I believe he's just cleared due.
I think he said
Okay.
Malcolm Greenwich or Greenidge, but
We'll bring Mr. Greenidge in.
the closed captioning said Weenidge. Yes, it did. I saw that. I saw that. Oh, now it says Queenidge. We'll go with Queenidge. I think we like Queenidge better than Weenidge, but maybe not. I'm not going to judge, actually. That sounds too judgy. I'm not going to.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the
No
truth,
judgment.
the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
Absolutely.
You may be seated.
I'm going to need them to zoom in, because if that's a death row chain, I'm going to fall out of my seat. I
May
love the
please have you
glasses.
state and spell your first and last name.
But all of this is over a big old death row chain, and we heard there were gold ones and silver ones, and I'm going to fall over.
Name for the record.
First name Malcolm.
Okay, yesterday, our queen, who is either a research attorney or a law clerk, had on like the cranberry maroon jacket, and I was living. The green today with the pink nails is fire. Emily, is this just commenting on what everybody's wearing in court? Look, I did a lot of trials. After almost every trial, somebody either asked me what lipstick I was wearing during a certain day, what shoes I had on, what water bottle. It's just the things we notice. It's the things we notice. We do. Because everything else is so wild. We get distracted by the details. But fall fashion is ready. That green is gorgeous.
MALCOLMGREENIDGE.
Greenidge.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr.
Witness
Greenidge.
number 19. I like the glasses.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
And in fact, we had to get a compelling order.
Hi, sir. Who were you rolling with that night? Because you notice all the witnesses that it's like, hey, we had to force you to be here. Every single one of those witnesses were there with one of the parties. Oh, a lot of you said it looks like Tupac on the chain. That's fair. That actually might be a photo of Tupac on the chain. I will say there are some courts that will not allow you to come in with a image of the victim on a shirt, on a chain, or anything. But chat clocked it real well. I think you're right. And the defense didn't object because why would the defense object? The defense agrees that Tupac was killed. He just disagrees his client was there.
To get you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
I don't think the chain will sway the jury.
I want to ask you about somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur. Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
Yeah, if he's a friend of Tupac, if they knew each other, I don't think that changes the witness's mind. And honestly, I think the jury at this point is going to check what the witnesses say against what the defendant has admitted, and they are going to be bouncing everything against what the defendant's own words are. The defendant's own words are going to carry more weight than anything else.
He was a childhood friend, a family member, big brother, mentor. The list goes on and on.
Is it also fair to say that you guys work professionally together?
We did.
Can you tell us about that?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did.
Are you also on Hit 'Em Up? I don't know if he is or not, but that's really gonna fry Keffe D's ass.
They released an album with Mr. Shakur.
I'm going to direct your attention to the
you can
weekend
feel the heaviness of this
September
witness.
1996.
You can feel it.
Specifically September 7th of 1996. Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
We came here in the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at
She
that
was
time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive separately?
He did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
That's Quincy Jones's daughter. She stayed at the hotel that night. I really hope they play Hit 'Em Up in court. I hope they play it too. I'm here for it. We've heard enough talk about it. The jury can't do independent research. I think at this point, they need to understand the diss.
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
Everybody?
Two more of my childhood friends, Raphael Fula and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor?
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously, so
They went to the
we didn't
MGM.
get the phone call.
The Luxor's right there.
We just left to go, get with him.
Now, there's a video which I'm sure you're familiar.
We've heard testimony in this trial, and I'm just catching up with everybody because some of you are just popping into trial today, but we've heard testimony that part of the issue getting out to the fight is that Suge Knight was running late. Apparently that was consistent. I get it. But the Tupac was frustrated because Suge was running late. And so there was some kerfuffle about getting out to the fight. And it was important for Tupac because the song that he had dropped for Tyson is what he was walking out to at the fight. So I'm not surprised that the call didn't come to the Lexor given everything that was going on.
Familiar with of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes, I would. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM, Tupac and Suge was coming out.
Well, that's good luck.
So, and then what did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Was he in the cars then?
Now, you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes,
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
we do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
Thank you, Amanda.
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
That's that green Lexus.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Were they signed to death row?
Was there? Were you aware of there being more than two cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind him.
Now, I'm going to take you to...
I'm so curious to hear what he has to say about the Sebring. Really curious to see what he has to say about the Sebring.
the shooting.
They were signed to Interscope. Thanks, chat.
While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about.
The Sebring.
When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a two-door or four-door?
It was a four-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
Okay. And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American? In terms
From my
of
vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
what's your reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
Right.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Yafael Fula, and Katari Cox.
So, two of the fellow members of the...
And this makes sense if this car was trying not to let the Sebring get in between them, that security was in that car. But what do? if you're in that car, they didn't have a car in front, couldn't block the side. So sad. But you can feel the heaviness from this witness, I think, more than we've felt from a lot of the other witnesses. Absolutely, you can feel it. Leo asked, can he not ask what window the gun was in? We know that the gun was coming out of the driver's side rear window because that's how the cars were positioned. So based on the evidence we've heard, that's been pretty well established that it came from the driver's side rear window. It's just whether or not the person in the passenger side rear climbed over the person that was sitting, and he probably wasn't an vantage point to see that.
Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander.
Right.
What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac, and yeah, that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed them.
And that's why do you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them? Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
We were.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle? Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. And when I turned around, there was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Police officer.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
You got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see the injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how is it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
Because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of a shotgun from a police officer.
Well,
and
not
on
he
the
didn't
ground.
say a shotgun.
How long are you in that situation?
Counsel, the bike officer doesn't have a shotgun. But yeah, they hear the cops hear a bunch of shots and have no idea what's happening and roll up with their guns out. Tupac was still talking even in the ambulance. We know why that is now from the injuries described by the ME. Said could see the cops clearly behind him as he's coming up to the car. Did the witness say shotgun? Did he? Oh, that's on me then. Chat's like, he did say shotgun, which is bike cops wouldn't have a shotgun. Unless it was after the bike cops arrived. Either way, he did. Chat's like, yep. Could be another officer. Absolutely fair. I trust chat. But either way, he's trying to help his friend. Law enforcement's just trying to arrive and has no idea what's going on. Wild.
It seemed like forever.
Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see? Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And are they transported away from the scene?
Correct.
And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I do.
Okay. And do you, it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac?
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car?
Silhouettes.
Also, I imagined that given everything, he was probably disinclined to be too helpful because that could also create problems down the road. So But yeah, he couldn't see the faces of who was in the car because he was behind them.
I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
Grand jury exhibit?
I recognize two of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can
He's
drag
probably-
it to
I
the
would
people
imagine
you
he's in
recognize,
that
you can't see
picture. We've seen other witnesses
That's
testify.
me. That's Katari Cox.
And
So the witness identified himself wearing mostly dark clothing. Katari Cox wearing mostly like light colored taupe. Would we go with taupe? Beige taupe clothing. We've also heard from the witness who was in the vest. He testified earlier on in this trial.
Katari Cox was one of the other artists who was part of your...
Correct.
What's it?
Khaki works.
One thing that that's come up, you've obviously, in the 30 years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur, I'm sure you've been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing.
rumors.
Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that
He's not pleased with any
Mr.
of it.
Shakur was upset with his situation at death row. Have you heard that? And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and
His
whether or not he
business.
was upset with his current situation or
We
not?
shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones to do some business with Quincy.
So
His fiance's father.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal pass witness.
Cross-examination, Mr. Simt.
And on to Cross. So, did you know what Tupac's plans were? Yeah, he wanted to start his own label underneath Death Row. Death Row would be the distributor. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones, who was his fiance's father. And he had plans to have a label under the umbrella of Death Row. That's not leaving Death Row. That is branching out because Death Row still gets a cut of all of that if they're the distributor. Okay. Let's see what cross-examination brings.
Mr. Greenidge, thank you for being here today.
Just with regards to the last thing the state had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, that involve Death Row Records?
He said
No.
yes.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other
Oh.
things with Quincy Jones?
Mhm.
So the conversations with Quincy Jones, not about music, about movies. Well, Death Row wouldn't be involved in movies anyway.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mhm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the Death Row label, do you know whatever happened with that label? The business itself?
I think it's still going to this
Doesn't
day.
Snoop own it now?
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yeah, at the time of when
Are you gonna ask him more
Tupac
about that or no?
was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you
Snoop Dogg, The Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So, for instance, with Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
He owns the label.
Is he currently on the label?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
Why is Hammer catching strays? What are we, what? Why is Hammer catching strays? Come on, man. What? Leave Hammer alone. What are we doing?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't pay that much attention.
Now, so your testimony here today is that you drove into town with Tupac, Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been,
Never in my
what
life.
day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday?
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point, you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur
walked.
had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, meaning you left in the Lexus.
No.
No,
We left on foot.
You left on foot.
they hoofed it.
Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know
The
if
fight
the fight was
lasted
over
like
or
a
not.
minute
We're
and
just
30
on our way
seconds. How would they know that?
And
to
where?
meet with Mr. Shakur
Okay, and where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay, and did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
They were in the
Okay.
port.
And when you say coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Correct.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right, so you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And do you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 662 is?
I do not.
All right. So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms, yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonging to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the Luxor?
I do not.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind him.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's
Yeah.
residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 662, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And do you know what the reason was for that?
I don't.
But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community?
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
Okay. But you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be a white, was it a white Cadillac?
He said light colored.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream-colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
So would a review of your statement help refresh?
You want this witness to review his statement to determine whether this is a white line Snow White Cadillac or a cream colored Cadillac? That's the difference in statement 30 years later that you want to ask this witness about? We've already heard testimony about the streetlights. Really? This is... Okay.
Your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
Counsel, what the fuck? There are yeah, exactly, sir. He raised an eyebrow. I'm raising an eyebrow with you. Do we have the Cadillac? No. So what does it matter? It was, in fact, according to your client's own statements, a white Cadillac. There are a million shades. Is it an eggshell? Is it cream? This is such a stupid waste of time. I'm zooming in outrage.
Statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page.
I think if I was the prosecutor, I might be prosecutor petty boots in this moment and just be like, objection, Your Honor. You can't refresh the witness's recollection. His statements are consistent. Then again, I might just let the jury watch this attorney be like, I'm sorry, was it oatmeal or white?
Police officer that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
Yeah. And that is, you said it was a light colored, when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even going to say white. I'm going to say a light colored Cadillac.
Correct.
But once again, it's something that obviously
So his statement on the stand was it was a light color Cadillac, light or white colored Cadillac. And his statement 30 years ago to police where it was a white or light colored four-door Cadillac. And the police officers testified that when they're looking for a light colored vehicle in Vegas because of the streetlights at the time before they became the horrible LED lights, don't get me started, that it could change a little bit of the color of the cars.
that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
Same night.
Yeah.
So same thing?
In addition to that, when you observed the driving conduct of Suge in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stopped because he stops.
Right.
And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point, he warns you and says, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure we're down, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Correct.
And that would have been because right behind you were police officers with a shotgun.
Correct.
Now, you're kept at the scene for some time, and we see a picture of you sitting on the ground, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many other of the caravan vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at?
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Suge's residence?
I could not tell you.
Okay. I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and
Thank
you redirect Mr. Below.
Nothing for the state, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any. All right, seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry.
Oh.
Jumped the gun on that.
One question from the jury that does look like Tupac on his necklace.
And the party's approach?
Yes, the jury is allowed to ask questions. I've really found their questions to be quite interesting, sometimes quite astute. And I'm curious to see what they ask here. They might ask what Chad asked earlier, which is, which window was the gun pointing out of? Though the jury might also ask, did you see any gunfire from Tupac's car after that statement at the end of the day yesterday? Because Keefe D all of a sudden in his very last statement that was going to be televised started saying that Tupac was shooting at them. And this is the first witness we've had after that statement. So, and the attorneys didn't ask at all. So I guess we'll see. what the jury question is.
All right, Mr. Greenidge, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Because isn't that what you want to know? Were shots ever fired from your crew towards the attackers? Because isn't that what you want to know?
All right, Mr. Greenidge, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Anything from the state?
Defense.
Your Honor, just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light-colored or white?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenidge. All right. Steve, who's your next witness?
Jeff Scott.
Jay Sanders said Buntry did shoot back. I think that was after. I think there were shots between the Cadillac and Buntry's vehicle after Suge made the U-turn. So when Suge made the U-turn, it seems that some of them followed and some of them went after the white Cadillac. He wouldn't have still been in that procession. JW said, I'm surprised the judge allowed that question. If he saw it, he saw it. If he didn't, he didn't. It's a fair question. The prosecution could have asked it. They chose not to. Rena asked, are the courts checking for meta glasses? Yes, most courts are, because you're not allowed to record in court. But court security does that, not the judges themselves. I know that federal courts have been taking people's glasses, even if they are not meta glasses, and trying to check them. So.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing
So
but
law
the truth, so
enforcement,
help you God.
I guess.
You may be seated.
All right, we're on witness number 20.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey
dramatic
Scott,
blur.
JEFFREYSCOTT.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready. you may
God, that
proceed.
door.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I
CSI.
respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence.
Shark
and
doing
write
shark
reports
things.
based on the notes and the photographs.
CSI doing CSI
Direct your
things.
attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Oh, you're fixing to piss off Keefe D more by putting his address in the record again. You could have just said a residence on Maple Street in Henderson, Nevada. You didn't do that. This, I think, is then going to be the raid of Keefe D's house in 2023.
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant.
What shift were you working?
Swing shift.
And so, were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
Yeah, Keefe D's
You've
been living in
since
Nevada
looked
for a
at-
while.
Well, have you since looked at all of
Also, really, really surprising that Keefe D would choose to, I mean, tax-wise, I get it. Money-wise, I get it. LA is expensive, I get it. Surprising that of all the options, you would choose to move into the jurisdiction that has been investigating you for murder for 20 years. It just seems odd that would be the choice, but okay.
photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are theirs, correct?
Yes.
We're going to approach.
I'm curious what they found in this search warrant. Did you find a transcript of the book?
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. DiGiacomo.
Thank you.
Does he need permission? A free range attorney.
first set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107.
I mean, he did give a bunch of YouTube interviews, documentary interviews, and write a book. It's fair.
Just flip through those and see if you can determine, are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly and accurately
Now we're
depict
back
the
to look at this
location,
photograph.
of the search warrant.
Mr. Giacomo, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, oh, sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize
My
that
clerk
was
was very confused.
The judge was very confused. She's like, why are we going backwards? But I also appreciate the way the judge asked. You mean 193 to 107? Really? Oh, wait. All right, flipping through photos. We're going to zoom a zoom because we can.
A couple of them might be. It's hard to tell.
Okay. Let me ask you this. Is that what the front of the residence looked like?
Yes.
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looked like?
Yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Sant?
No, Your Honor.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to...
Oh, we're just authenticating all the photos from the search
95.
warrant?
Do you know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
That's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
Okay. And same as...
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and put this on 1.25 speed as they're going through and authenticating photographs. Yeah, we got the zoom room. We're going to zoom.
94.
Just
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
Okay.
let's go through the
So
photos.
I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection to 95?
No, Your Honor. And just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at that particular scene by either forensic analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation.
And this makes sense for the defense. And we've, I've criticized other lawyers in the past, so I'm going to praise this one in the moment. If you know that the photos come from two different CSIs, but they're from CSIs, they've been turned over to you in discovery, there's really no point in fighting over the authentication of the photos. You know where the photos came from. There's no question about their authenticity. I appreciate the defense is like, it's fine. Can we just admit the photos? This isn't the point.
That would be 94.
Appreciate it.
And then 96 through 107?
Correct.
Okay. Those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem. Thank you.
Within
let's
that
just go.
garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Dodge Charger.
Challenger.
Challenger.
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those.
Counsel, they agreed to the foundation. Why are we still laying more foundation?
Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
Counsel, just admit all of them, please.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were relieved. Is that correct?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes, this is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
I think that's
then,
fair to talk about which items went
We've
into
had some
which
discussions
items
of
of
packaging,
evidence.
so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back.
Yes, it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk, and I put in this, it's in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional
Keefe D shaking his head.
date, and I think, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed it.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes.
If you open this, you'd expect to find those three pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing
Are
you what
these
they're marked
them?
as 138A. Are those three pieces of paper?
I'm curious what the
Yes.
paper is.
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Thank you.
138 would be the envelope, the evidence envelope. 138A would be the contents, just in case anyone's curious.
For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger in the garage. So let's start with 155.
For all of you
Can you
asking,
tell me what we're looking at here?
Emily, why is this relevant?
That's a
We're going to have to wait and see. We're going to have to wait and see either what they found in it, how they tie it back, what have you. So it's a picture of a Dodge Challenger.
photograph from the right rear
Charger? Challenger?
section of the Dodge Challenger.
Yeah.
Challenger. Sorry, I keep.
Counsel keeps saying Charger. Witness keeps saying Challenger. I know we don't know what to do with a photo that's not inverted, chat. I know. What's one to do?
Going on a Charger, Dodge Challenger, and that's parked in the garage area of the residence on Maple Shade.
Yes, it is.
156.
If items of evidence that they think
That's the
tie
location
back
of
to
those three
this
pieces of paper.
are in the vehicle, they will want to tie back the vehicle to who they think owns it or regularly drives it.
Collected.
Yes.
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here.
Yeah, what is the papers? What are the papers?
Is that the front page?
It's a treatment for a TV show. The most Hollywood case. All right, let's read the treatment for the TV show, everybody. I'm going to pause this. We're going to read it together. Callie, spelled, I think, Calie, working title, overview, episodic series. Callie is a true story of an American family who moved to California for a better life in the 1960s. The sunshine, bright lights of Hollywood and streets paved, it says paved, I object, paved with gold was a myth, attracting scores of African-American families looking to escape the harsh realities of the South. This story is told through the eyes of notorious drug dealer Keffe D and overzealous FBI agents. During the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, more cocaine would be consumed in Los Angeles than any place on earth, except perhaps the frat houses at Penn State, but that was on the podcast this week. I'm going to go back to the treatment of the show. The FBI conspired with known gangsters and killers to orchestrate the drug trade in Los Angeles and cause the deaths of community leaders, scores of gang members, and famous musicians. Oh, okay. It all goes back. The FBI! Fantastic. Great. The goal was to instigate and encourage violence in the Black community and to stem African-American political and economic achievement. The series is based on documents acquired through the Freedom of Information Act and the book Compton Street Legend by Keffe D. Keffe D FOIA'd to find out who all his snitches were. Keffe D was collecting paper on people. Paper. And his book, based on his book. Keffe D's book chronicles his ascending path to the top of the drug trade and how he and the FBI became involved with the deaths of Tupac and Biggie Smalls, the two biggest rap stars in the history of hip-hop. While series like The Wire and Snowfall told the story of police and CIA involvement in the drug trade, Callie tells the story of how the FBI involved itself with the Los Angeles drug trade, encouraged it, and used it in an attempt to destroy an entire culture.
Yes, it is.
Without going too much into it,
It's a TV show treatment. It's a TV show treatment. It's a treatment.
this appears to be a description of an episodic series.
Yes.
158.
What's the next page?
Oops.
Oh, money. I want to see the page with the money.
Well, generally speaking, page 2.
Yeah, I couldn't see if it was Callie like Calle like Calle or Calie. I couldn't read it well enough. I don't have my readers, and it wasn't up close
It's
enough.
a ledger that has costs and those type of things.
Yes, page 2 and 3 were, looks like a budget for the,
A budget for the show.
And that's going to lead me just to
Hey, at least they were going to work with SAG, DGA, and WGA. They were looking at their budget. This is a treatment. This is like a proposal to try to sell the show.
appears the total budget was slightly under $1 million.
Under $1 million.
Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions. I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination by
Emily, what did they find in the search warrant that they wanted to show? They wanted to show that he was trying to sell a show based on his own book.
Mr. Sam.
Thank you. Sir, just real quick, for the order, what's episodic? What does that mean?
Episodic?
Yeah.
To me, it means occurring occasionally or regularly.
And that's what...
Why are we asking the CSI Hollywood shit questions? What's episodic? Episode by episode?
Saw on that first piece of paper, right? Yes. And your testimony here today really is that you located that piece of paper and you captured it as part of your experience and training as a crime scene analyst.
The detectives executing the search warrant located it and then had me come photograph it, and then I impounded it.
Okay, and just for the jury so they understand what your role is typically in a search warrant is that you're summoned to the scene to conduct your, an investigation or...
Oh, just ask him if his job is like the TV show CSI and move on with it. Counsel, we're Hollywood enough to just... So like the TV? Though I guess we can't assume that all jurors have seen CSI at this point. I'm going to put it back down at normal speed.
Release a search of an area based upon what the detective or primary officer tells you is the intent of the search, but you also do your own search as well. Fair?
It depends on the type of call and how much direction that I'll be given, or I'll be doing it myself.
And with regard to this particular situation and this specific search, you were apprised prior to the search warrant being executed that this was going to happen on this particular day?
Yes.
And so the meeting that typically takes place where you arrive on a scene where a crime had just been committed, where everyone sort of gathers around, they have a conversation of what they're trying to look for. That meeting took place before the knock on the door and the execution of the search warrant.
Yes.
Now, in this regard, you understood that what you were going to do was walk in to look for certain things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what things you were looking for of evidentiary value?
I didn't have a list of items that we were looking for. I just knew that I was there to document whatever was recovered.
And the document that we just saw here, that was something that you did not locate, one of the detectives did in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall who the primary detective was that was responsible for that search warrant?
Detective Mogg.
Cliff Mogg.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Were there any other detectives on scene besides Cliff Mogg?
Probably.
There were several, but I don't remember their names.
Right. Now, with
Probably
regards to what
reports.
you do as a crime scene analyst, fair to say that you are operating under a search warrant.
Yes.
And a search warrant is a document that allows for law enforcement to go into someone's residence to look around.
I mean, among other things.
That's correct.
And in this particular regard, though, as a crime scene analyst, you're not the one who actually applies for a search warrant, right?
I did not know.
That would be something that would go through, in this case, the primary detective for this particular.
Counsel. We do not need the procedural analysis of this dude whose job it's not. Did you take photos? Yeah. Were those the photos? Yeah. We don't need to walk through what a search warrant is for this jury at this moment. They recovered a treatment for a TV show.
Search.
Yes.
That would have been Detective Mogg.
Yes.
Now, in regards to what you were doing in this case, you searched what parts of the house, if you can recall?
He photographed.
I photographed the entire house. I did not search. Again, I was there to
Document.
document what the detectives found in their search.
Hey, we found this. Can you get a picture of it?
In your
Yeah.
training and experience, do you have a
Counsel. Just because you can ask all the questions doesn't mean we need to. Counsel's talking to the prosecution.
Now, sir, your work on this case, when you say you photographed the house, that was prior to the search of each particular room and area, right?
It was after the officers had cleared the residence, and then I came in and I took all my photographs. And then the detectives executed the search warrant and they searched, and then I did follow-up photographs based on what they found.
You did follow photographs?
Yes.
Now, and once again, for the jury, since we weren't there, the photographs you take at the beginning is each room as you find it?
Yes.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each...
Can't do it. We're going to 1.25. I can't. The jury at this point, because we're talking about one document found in the vehicle. I don't think the jury gives a fuck. I really don't. I don't think the jury cares about the process of the search warrant. Counsel, can we just not ask because we're curious?
And you find it as well?
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph, and then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the
That's what he
scene?
said in direct.
Yes. Do you know who that was?
There were 3 members from Graveyard. It was King, Felabom, and she was thin at the time, but she's West now.
This would all be
And
in
those
the
are the crime scene
reports.
analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search.
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking
Photographs
photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
They would have just taken the bins of photos. I'm going to zoom. Also, if you hear the lawnmower, it's outside my house.
I could just publish that for the jury.
You may.
Oh, what are we publishing?
I'm sorry.
I do
We'll
like
start
to
with,
look at the
99
photos.
first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, do not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
That is, it looks like an airport bin of photos, photo albums, etc. What do I think they were probably looking for? Photos of who he was with, photos of the night in Vegas, photos of the fight.
All right, and then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Outside of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I photographed the scene. I took notes. I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper, and that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay.
The jury has a question for this witness. They're going to approach. I'm going to zoom while they approach. I'll put this down at normal speed because I'm curious to what the jury asks. We're going to zoom. They go to sidebar.
Question from one of
They go to sidebar each time.
All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect?
Yeah, that's not his job. The jury's asking a not his job question. I'm surprised she actually asked that. What were you expecting to find that you wouldn't find 30 years ago? He didn't live there 30 years ago. He didn't apply for the search warrant. None of those decisions are
All right,
his.
Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Could you repeat that?
I can. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond.
He's the CSI.
And document and photograph what the detectives
we're interested in.
He doesn't apply for it. He doesn't
And I don't
establish
really understand the second part
the
of the
probable cause. I understand what the jury's asking. The jury's asking, essentially, how are y'all getting a search warrant 30 years later? What did you learn to get a search warrant 30 years later? The prosecution should be asking those questions of the detective Mogg that applied for the search warrant. And it's a good question for the prosecution to remember when Detective Mogg testifies. But a whole bunch of not this witness's job. This witness is like, I take the pictures and I take things into evidence. And I think because the cross-examination was a lot about the process of search warrant, the jury's like, oh, this is the guy to ask. And that's incorrect. Not the guy.
Mr. DeJacque, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Stamp, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Stapp. You are free to go.
Thank you.
State who's your next witness.
Stevie Felabom.
Stevie.
And next witness. No one is sneaking up on anyone in this courtroom. No one is sneaking up on anybody. You are going to hear those doors open every single time. Every time.
Nothing but the truth to help you God. Yes, ma'am. You may be seated.
All right, next witness.
May I please have you state and spell your first
Witness
and last name for the record?
21.
First name is Steavie, Steavie. Last name is Felabom, Felabom.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with LVMPD.
We just heard from Judge Scott.
I bet that Steavie was working the night shift. Also, love the spelling of the name. I bet Steavie was working the graveyard that showed up and took the other photos.
Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes,
sir. Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also reviewed all of the photographs taken at that crime scene prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some of those photographs.
I'm going to go back to 1.25 as they go through the foundation and all the photographs, because it's going to be what we just saw. Did you look at this photograph?
93. What are we looking at? Oop. You, Jessica. So, not that you'll need it for this one, but that mouse up there can allow you to point. It just don't click it, okay? What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the residence.
I guess we should go, well, I'll do 95 first. 95. What does this appear to be?
The northeast master bedroom.
And then 94 is a shot from the opposite direction.
Yes.
Sitting on top of that case over here, there appears to be a container for a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yes.
1995 Dom Perignon. And I bet that was, if I had to guess, I would bet that is the Dom Perignon from Keefe D's wedding with the glasses from Keefe D's wedding. That would be my guess. 1995 Dom. What's the year that Mary Crosby, was it 97 is the only year Mary Crosby would drink? That's going to be my guess. That's going to be my guess that Dom is the wedding Dom with the wedding glasses. If I had to guess.
96. What are we looking at?
That's going to be the dresser on the opposite side of the same bedroom.
And
I try not to judge people's houses because you never know when a search warrant's going to be served at your house and the police are going to come in and literally photograph everything. But I am going to comment on the fact that the books that appear to have fallen out of the drawer with the drawers are Murder Rap and the defendant's own book. That seems to be the Murder Rap and Compton Street Legend.
At the bottom here,
There were several books pulled out when I arrived.
And then the other book seems to say Confused Mind of a Drug Dealer, if I'm reading that correctly. 3 books.
One of them is Compton Street.
I would imagine also that they probably stood the books up to photograph them, but who knows? Maybe they were sitting like that when they came in.
Legend. One of them is Murder Rap. The last one is The Confused Mind of a Drug Dealer.
Oh, that is what that says.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
I'm not commenting on Keefe D's wife wigs.
In addition,
They weren't there for her.
Was there a Vibe magazine?
Yes.
Did you wind up collecting the Compton Street Legend and the Vibe magazine?
Yes, sir.
I wonder if he had any notes in his book. I wonder if he annotated his own copy. And then the Vibe magazine with Tupac on the cover.
I'm in the garage, 098. There were 2 bins.
Yes.
And when those bins were opened, 100. I bet you this is 99 first.
Did I forget to speed up? I did, because I wanted to see the books.
Looked like a number of personal effects that were kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And
Oh,
number 100.
they're actually storage bins, just photographed from the top. Okay, my depth perception definitely got me. So, storage bins of photos.
Kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And number 100. The bottom one also had a bunch of personal effects.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to
Photos.
those 2 containers at the scene?
The detective.
I mean, those are bins and bins of photos. Those are substantial bins of photos. Lots and lots of photos. But it's like photos mixed in that looks like Keefe D back in the day, and then kids' school photos. Oh, wait, this book at the top. Hold on, this photo at the top. Of two guys with muscles and tank tops. Hold on. I think that one's in the book. Give me a sec. It might be a different one. It might be the same one. I'm going to show you the one in the book. You tell me what you think, if it's the same one or a different one. I am on page 172 of the book. I'm putting my mouse up on this photo in the top. It looks like it has like shrubbery in the background, white tank tops. This is the photo in the book, and it says, it's just under the title, Crippin' Hard. Chat, what do you think? I look like the same photograph? It looks like maybe the faces are obscured in the one in the bin, or maybe it's a reflection. But that looks like the same picture from the book. Huh. Sir, it's going to be, how are you going to argue that you just put your name on this for the money? That's your, homie, that's your photo.
Just recovered them.
So detectives took those 2 bins and left the scene.
Correct.
6 is exhibit number 101. What are we looking at here?
That was a jacket in one of the closets.
And on the left, well, I guess we'll zoom in just a little bit.
Yes, please. Now we nosy. That says Keefe D, not Keefe D, and apparently he was the treasurer.
On the left side, it looks like it says Reg 64 trays, and on the right side, it says Keefe D.
Yes.
And then if we skip to 103, the back of it says South Side City of Compton.
Yes.
I gotta say, when it comes to like the member jackets and stuff, the motorcycle gangs have the street gangs beat.
After you collect an item, do you photograph it either at the scene or back at the lab?
Yes.
Showing you 104. What are you looking at?
That's the photograph that I took of the Compton Street Legend book once I had recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And then
Because it's the book
105.
club trial.
It's the back of the same book.
Oh, that looks like an early copy. The back of the book has multiple quotes on it. It says the last living eyewitness. Oh, God, I'm dyslexic and this is difficult for me without turning it. The last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story. Says Greg Kading on the back of the book. The next quote's from Suge. Me and Keefe D, we all grew up playing Pop Warner football together. The next quote is from Tim Brennan, retired Compton PD gang unit. Keefe D was also a pretty good-sized narcotics dealer. He was moving up to 90 to 100 kilos of cocaine around the country. And then another quote from Greg Kading. He's a South Side Crip, kind of a shot caller, known drug dealer. And he also happens to be the uncle of Orlando Anderson. I wonder if he took those quotes from interviews. The back of the book, as it was published, is an image of Keefe D that says the last living eyewitness to Tupac's murder is telling his story. That's what it says. It does not attribute that quote to anyone on the back of his book, but in this copy, which is probably a pre-release copy, it attributes that exact quote to Greg Kading. Continuing on.
106.
That's the copy of the Vibe magazine after I recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And 107.
It's the date and barcode on the cover.
November
So it looks
96.
like the November 96 edition of the Vibe magazine.
Correct.
Tupac died in September 96.
Oh, ma'am.
Previously opened off keys, but let me show you. State's proposed exhibit number 148.
Is that your evidence package from that night?
Yes.
The Vibe magazine's still in evidence.
And among what else you recovered, would you expect to find both the book and the Vibe magazine inside there had it still been sealed?
Yes.
So let me start first with the Vibe magazine. This is State's proposed exhibit number 140. And which is, do you recognize the bag on the outside?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the identifying information that we put on interior packages to include the event number, my P number and initials, the date that it was recovered, and the item number.
And then I'm going to show you now 140A. What is that?
That looks like the Vibe magazine that I recovered.
So that's the actual Vibe magazine that you wound up recovering out of that house.
If it came from that package, yes.
Move to admit 140A.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I'm going to show you the outside of this. This is, 139. Do you recognize that?
Yes, same identifying information, listing it as my item number too.
And then if you pull that item out, what would you expect to find?
The Compton Street Legend book.
Showing it to you, 139A. Does that appear to be the book?
Yes.
And I want to show you, you took pictures of the front and the back.
Correct.
The back has no picture on it, right?
No photograph now.
Okay, it just has some words.
Yes.
And then if you flip through this entire book, there's no interior pictures in this book. Does that seem accurate?
Yes, sir.
Because I moved in 148, correct?
Objection?
Oh, I think I did move
They
it.
already moved in. Okay, thank you.
I think the rest of this, we agree we're not going to move it. So.
Understood.
Two versions of the defendant's book are now in evidence. This version of the defendant's book is in evidence without the photos in it. The version that I have has the photos in it.
I would pass the class.
You may cross.
On to cross. I'm leaving it at 1.25. If we have to play, why did you have a search warrant this day with the graveyard shift CSI?
I have no objection.
All of them? Yeah, I don't know.
I don't know what the defense wants to bring in, but the prosecution said I have no objections, so I'm real curious. I would imagine the one in evidence is not redacted, but we'll see. But we'll see.
Miss Felabom.
Yes, sir.
How long have you been a crime scene analyst?
If it goes back with the jury.
And during that time period, these kinds of searches would be standard operating procedure for you?
Consistent with the detectives, yes.
Yeah. And once again, with regard to your training experience, when you are conducting this kind of investigation, you're looking for things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Now, the evidentiary value part, though, is dependent upon what you learn at the scene from the primary officer or the detective that's conducting the search. And so whatever you're doing is within the parameters that they're asking for.
Yes.
Now, in this case, we've seen some pictures of some books and a jacket. Is that correct?
Yes.
And when you arrived on scene, you were on scene for the later half or the latter half of the search.
Yes.
You weren't there for the beginning part of the search.
Yes.
So the photographs you took are photographs that were of the areas and the rooms in the house after the search had been conducted.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, is that each room was in disarray.
The search had already been started, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you don't know what they look like prior to you arriving on scene, but definitely after there's things strewn around.
Yes.
In your 9 years of experience as a crime scene analyst, when officers are conducting a search, they typically will be as thorough as they can be to look through everything in an area.
Yes.
Do they ever return those things back to how they found it before they entered into the room or the house?
I would say it depends on the level to which they've moved everything. If the entire closet's been emptied, they don't typically put everything back.
They do not typically put everything
Oh,
back.
no, they don't put everything back.
So you don't have any photographs that you
They don't
took
put anything back.
after everything was over where the room
They
was put back in
leave it
place,
where
how
they leave
these
it.
police officers found it.
I have photos immediately before we left the residence after they'd finished searching, but not with everything placed as officers found it.
I see. And so what you were documenting basically was, for lack of a better word, the thoroughness of each police officer's search of each room.
The state that we left it in when we were clearing, yes.
Okay. Now, some of the things that we were shown in this case, did you ever at any point find electronics or were asked to take pictures of electronics at the residence?
I believe the only electronic item I photoed was a laptop in the shed. All of the others were photoed by CSA Scott.
Okay. But as far as you know and what you recall, there were electronics found at the house, like, say, I don't know, iPads and laptops, that kind of thing.
Laptops, definitely. I'm not sure what other types.
But you're not the crime scene analyst that would have captured that and put that into evidence?
No.
I didn't recover the laptop itself.
She didn't recover it.
And as far as you know, do you know how many electronics were in the house when you were there?
I don't.
Do you know whose responsibility that would have been?
Whoever was in charge of the search warrant, they had it listed on the return.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, a return is a document that's left at the house or the area to notify the owner that certain items were taken as a result of the search.
Yes, sir.
So it's almost like a receipt.
Yes.
Okay.
It's in fact a receipt.
And your job really stops with regards to the actual search itself. You don't do anything further when you go back to your office with Metro or anything like that.
Aside from impounding whatever I was holding, no, sir.
Okay. And just for our edification, when something's impounded, the concern, of course, is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to
Are we worried about the chain of custody of that book?
Exactly how it was
Are we
found at the scene,
concerned?
not molested or changed or anything like that. Correct. So sometimes, like in other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto the actual item of interest.
I'm usually always wearing gloves, but yes, different.
They're
DNA
wearing gloves when they collect
So
it.
when you're telling us that you went back to
With paper, they're generally not going to be wearing gloves in court, though, because it's paper items. If they were going to be fingerprinted, which they probably wouldn't be because there's a lot of people in the house, they're not going to worry about it.
make sure that certain items were impounded, items that you had taken and put it into an evidence baggie?
Yes.
Bag. You took that to the evidence vault.
I would have sealed it, and then we have a temporary hold that's locked, so I would have sealed it with all the identifying information and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you.
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
I see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the...
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now, at some point in the future, if someone comes along, they can go in...
Counsel, they have an evidence log, they have an evidence locker, they have evidence tape. These evidence bags seem to have initials each time they were opened and resealed. This ain't it on this one. They did the things
to that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it, to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Okay.
It depends if it's the lab or not, I would
Now,
imagine.
the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is...
There is still lawn mowing outside. Apologies for that hum. That's from me. It should be done soon. But it would make sense to have the lab have a different color tape so that you know that the lab took something out, tested it, and then resealed it. But the lab always puts their initials, their number, their case number, etc.
State's Exhibit number 199.
Sorry.
I'm going to zoom until we show her something.
This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes.
Photograph of a bin of photographs.
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay.
How much do you bet the researcher from yesterday wishes he could get his hands on all of the photos in those bins?
Once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of. Yes. Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may, Your Honor.
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits. F
Also,
through W.
What is she's photographing what's collected into evidence. If that other bin was like rags for the garage or something, they're not going to collect it into evidence. They're not going to photograph it. I would wonder if one of the officers executing the search warrant will come in, even though it doesn't seem highly relevant, if what they're using this for is the treatment found in the car and then the book. But there's generally also body cam footage of the search warrants going down. So the decisions made of what to take and what not to take are decisions that she's not making. But again, when you've got no other questions, ask whose job it's not to maybe make it seem like something was done that shouldn't have been done. But it's just, I don't think when you get into the CSIs who are like, I took photos, I put them in evidence, I put my initials on it, you're gonna get anywhere.
Look through those photographs real quick. Just find it.
They didn't, Cons the dog, they didn't take that bin into evidence. So she didn't photograph it because they didn't take it into evidence. They took the other two.
Okay. Do you want me to have them admitted one at this time?
You might want to still review them.
Okay.
The 2023 search warrant was before the grand jury. There wasn't a search warrant done. We don't have the search warrant done with his house from LAPD. So it seems to me they think that the book's relevant, and they think that the treatment of the TV show is relevant. Why would they think the treatment of the TV show is relevant? This is my speculation. But the defense is indicating that they're going to argue that Keffe D didn't write this book, that he just put his name on it for money. It was just a cash grab. Okay, then why do you have a treatment to sell it? We'll see. So it's to connect him. And then the Vibe magazine with Tupac on it is also relevant. I'm going to zoom while she's looking through the stack of photos. Keffe D is still mad they raided his house. It's not the CSI that you need to be mad at.
I believe these are a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos from inside the residence, but they're consistent.
All right.
With the residence.
And just with regards to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be Defense Exhibit F through Defense Exhibit U.
They will now be admitted.
Will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification,
Defense is admitting all the photos from the search warrants, like all of them. He didn't have any lemon pound cake. That's true.
showing you just for a couple photographs here.
We've not seen the kitchen.
Defense Exhibit G. Here you can see what I'm talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Notice what's on this photo. Like a Avengers script that they don't want to give the real one to Tom Holland unless he leaks something, this is watermarked with who received the photo because it seems that they were still worried about leaks. So this one is just watermarked of who it was provided to.
Defense Exhibit I, as in Isaac. Is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
Emily, why is the mattress lifted up? Because they were probably also searching for weapons. And anywhere you can search for weapons, they are going to be searching for weapons. So, yeah, they lifted the mattress. They didn't put it on the floor. They put it somewhere where it could be pushed back.
This is...
Some of you are saying, Keefe D, make your bed. I mean, they're searching his house. So they would have lifted up all of the covers. That's not necessarily on him.
Defense Exhibit J, another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is Defense Exhibit K, another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit L.
This is them looking through the couch cushions, looking through the hampers. Some of you are saying, why is the defense spending so much time on this?
Your Honor, I have no further questions.
You want my guess?
Okay.
Keefe D's mad. Keefe D's mad that they took all the clothes out of the hamper. Keefe D's mad that they took the cushions off the couch. Keefe D's mad that they came into his house. Keefe D's mad. Why are we going through all the pictures? Keefe D's mad. Keefe D's going to say they tossed the house. That doesn't look tossed. It looks searched, but it does not look tossed. Keefe D's mad.
Anything further by the state?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Felabom, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today.
We're done with this witness.
So who's your next witness?
Justine Gatus.
All right.
All right, we're on to witness.
Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation.
Well, Your Honor, now you have my attention. Now that you're talking about a limiting instruction, what is the judge reading to the jury? An instruction telling them what they can consider this evidence for. I've perked up.
Testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, this should be interesting. Everybody's just like, ooh.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
All right, we're on witness number 22.
For the record.
Justine, Justine, Gatus, Gatus.
Thank you.
I'm going to put
Mr. Justine.
And how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
I have put the Metro homicide detective back to normal speed. Love the cranberry top. Very curious to see where we go with this.
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
And can you describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically, we kind of rotate all throughout the entire day of detectives for who gets the next call in order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in
there is in fact a rotation.
2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then it was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant today?
Yes, he is.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Cliff Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Detective Mogg.
At some point, did you become aware?
Counsel, if you don't wander your ass back towards the microphone, we're just not going to be able to hear you. Can you wander back towards the microphone? And then can you ask this witness's hair care routine? Because Man, she seems to have gorgeous, luscious locks. It's giving Dr. Curry. Emily, you're jealous. Yes. Yes. I've never in my life had that much hair. Very jelly.
That he was investigating the Tupac Shakur homicide.
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July.
That had to be the defendant. Whoever just burped into the microphone in court.
Of 2023.
Well, today. That was in court. That was just.
Were you present
during
the execution of the search warrant at
more on the search warrant?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I'm going to put up.
Are we going to go through the photos? Let's go through the photos. Let's go through the photos. Oh, I'm excited. Also, I kind of think if she had like jet black hair, she'd look a little like the singer Amy Lee, but maybe that's just me. I want to go through the photos.
Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. The bins themselves were ultimately released back.
Did you scan all the
Metro
photos?
Headquarters, those bins were searched.
Yes.
Certain items were removed.
Yes.
And then those bins were returned.
Correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially retire from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I want to say it was August. I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023.
So not long after
And
the search
sometime
warrant.
after August 12th of 23, in September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to assist now investigator Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things.
Because Mogg retired, became a civilian, and then continued working on this case as an investigator. We'll see if they call Mogg. I imagine that they will, but the defense threw a lot of shade at Mogg in opening. I'm curious if we're just going to go through the photos with this witness.
But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence hall?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence hall?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro, Mike Sanf, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I don't know your name, his female assistant partner. Yes.
Okay. Was Cliff Mogg there too?
Yes, he was.
And
that's a lot of people that went to the evidence vault. Prosecution, defense, Mogg, the other defense attorney or paralegal, and more. I've told you that one of the defense attorneys I worked with wanted to go do an evidence view in the evidence locker of narcotics and started trying to break up the narcotics in the bag, like poking at them. The detective we were with damn near had a heart attack. He was just trying to don't touch, no touchy. Evidence visits with all the attorneys are always interesting, especially when they treat it like a field trip. Continuing on, I just want to see the photos that they kept.
what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense, and
cutting it open,
and then I resealed the evidence.
Resealing
That's
it,
correct.
right?
Show you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132.
And we're going to get lots of ASMR bag opening.
The original impound from Detective Mogg that we wound up opening and going through everything in.
Yes, sir.
Miss Peyton asks, how are there no cameras on the Vegas streets? I'm sure there's tons of them. I just don't know if there were many of them in 1996. They definitely weren't as prevalent then as they are now. and everybody didn't have a phone with a camera. The fact that the witness who was the car guy had a camera in his car, in his center console, and took that picture of Tupac and Suge that night is kind of a wild coincidence. People just didn't have cameras on them as much. I'm not mad about it. Decisions were made in the 90s. And also, there was a flash that went off, so you knew if the camera came out at night. Also, you could hear it prominently.
Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 135.
Any objection?
What's the item?
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit
Hi, Fred.
136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Now,
Much like the Murdaugh case, as we go through every item of evidence, if we're not going to be publishing these to the jury, we're going back on zoom speed. We're back at 1.25.
now state's proposed 134 is a package. It's proposed.
They're going to go through each one.
Which one should look through there? For 134A, B, C, and D, all within that package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit. I guess I should do 134 and A through D, so we have the package to keep them in.
Any
Counsel,
objection?
can you just mark them all, then admit
That'll be
them all?
134A, B, C.
Maybe that's not what the court wants to do.
One of those items, 134D,
Hi,
is
Fred.
also is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
Hi, Fred. Is that the vibe? Didn't that already come in? Is this a different one? Oh. I know.
There were some miscellaneous items collected that I think we are all putting in 133.
Thank you for the
but I
glitter,
don't have
Fred.
cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there any cover for 133?
Cats are dynamic.
Some separate.
Oh, buddy.
Oh, the back. Perfect. Something to keep it in.
Did you say this one was Biggie? Fair enough. I got cat
133, I
distracted.
think, is technically the bag, but there's a Lakers ticket that's marked.
Yes.
That was in there?
Yes, sir.
133A, E, C, D, E, F,
Yeah, I just want to wait till we see them.
G, H, I, J, K, and L were all within this package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 133 and 133A through L.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
The
then
numbered
lastly, was there
item
this-
is the evidence
Photo book,
bag.
Photo
The
book,
lettered items
137.
are what's inside.
And then were there a number of items that were inside this photo book?
Yes, sir.
And the clerk and the defense and I have had these marked as 137.
At least they're all pre-marked.
I think the last one is you. If you want to briefly flip through those.
I'm going to zoom through our ASMR evidence package flipping.
It is not.
I think your acknowledgement was in there.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 136.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All of those were within this, call it scrapbook for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
Frank.
So I want to go through some of these items, and if you put
Some of those were also ziplocked.
it on the overhead.
Now we're going to go through them on the overhead. Great. That I might slow down if we need to. Might not.
This item 136.
Search warrant affidavit.
I don't know if I think we should put them here because otherwise it's just going to slide.
That looks old. That looks like typewriter.
136 is actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit in a search warrant.
Correct.
From the Compton PD.
Yes, sir.
And it appears that it's dated
27th of May, 1997. Interesting.
May 27th of 1997.
Correct.
It appears that it's at
1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
That's important. On that one,
On the back there.
when we're dealing with the historical search warrant, tying it back to a location known to be tied to Keefe D is actually important. That's one of those things that they are going to need the address for. So this is that search warrant Keefe D talked about in his book, and they have the search warrant affidavit. I hope they have the return. That looks like the receipt for property taken right here at the end of it.
It is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
They have a, let's see, blue steel revolver, DMV renewal notice to Duane Keffe Davis, miscellaneous photographs, a drill, it looks like, a cassette. No, that's the name of a notebook, a phone book, a compact videotape, 9 miscellaneous photographs. I bet they have all this evidence. I'm very interested to see.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Oh, the one I couldn't read? The one I couldn't read is a receipt from the fucking hotel in Vegas? Money due bill, Monte Carlo Casino. I wonder if that's dated.
For the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and then I just messed up their entire order, so I think this doesn't matter which order.
Oh, we're scrapbooking now, counsel.
Let me
Let's
just show some
do
of the
it.
newspaper articles. So, State's Exhibit number 137H.
Wait. Somebody scrapbooked news articles? Please tell me the defendant. Fred! You can't just nibble on my ankle because I'm not petting you. Fred's like, yeah, I can. I'm a cat. You're telling me that this defendant was scrapbooking news articles about themselves? I am not shocked.
I'm sorry. You said 137?
137H, did we?
I don't have that listed as.
They're going through what was in the scrapbook. This is an article about Tupac that says movie lovers lost a rising star.
Can I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
Mm-hmm.
You listed it, but you didn't.
Yes.
You didn't describe
It'll
it.
be minute at this time.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. By stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
137G. Another one about the death of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
My guy.
137U. Is another
Oh, that's the whole
article that
page.
was found in there. Talking about
The article said judge recesses hearing, keeping Knight in jail. This seems to be a Metro News article about Suge Knight.
Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
.137 appears to be
What?
a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
Oh, that's why they're all in plastic bags. That makes sense.
137B.
The scrapbookers in the chat are like, the Ziploc bag is not archival. Probably not, but it's what they're working with, and at least it will keep all the pages from getting damaged.
An article about...
Oh my God, you can see the 3-hole punch scrapbook page. I visceral memories of the photo pages that were sticky. So this is a newspaper article cut out and stuck to the photo album page. Police, Shakur had been in a fight. Video, MGM Grand security tape shows rapper entourage beating a man hours before shooting, by Kathy Scott. Why do we recognize the name Kathy Scott? Kathy Scott was the journalist that wrote the book that we have seen referenced in the trial a few times, the book that had that last photo of Tupac on the cover.
Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM?
Yes, sir.
(137C). An article about a death row exec didn't leave, and this is from September 14th.
Death row exec didn't leave after 1.25 million Suge Knight drive-by. I can't see the rest of what's on the article. I do see somewhere the name Eazy-E in there. This is from it says Telegram, Saturday, September 14th, 1996, but the pages are folded, but there's a picture of Suge and Tupac. Why are you so obsessed with me?
1996?
Yes, sir.
This one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that back.
Uh-huh.
It appears to be the community mourns, and there's a picture of his death is going to send a strong message to the rap community. It looks like an article about death in the rap industry.
That article's from the Press Telegram, which is Long Beach. The plastic that,
And if we, I don't know if I can zoom this in. It appears to be discussing the death of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
he's going page by page from this scrapbook.
137E. Star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
Do we have a date on that article?
Are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
137F.
He kept these for 20 years. Dr. Who said, could we not stipulate, even if the defense wanted to stipulate, the prosecution's going to go page by page in front of the jury, showing how much the defendant kept. I'm sure that the way the defense is going to talk about this is, look, Keffe D was a researcher too. He just cobbled together things that he saw in the public and put it in his book. It's not because he was there. The prosecution's going to say Keffe D was keeping a close eye on all of this and also was kind of obsessed with his own importance in the middle of this story, the way that, fraudsters and arsonists is where I'm going to go with this to stop it from getting any grimmer, but fraudsters and arsonists very commonly keep articles related to their crime before they are caught. They are not the only ones. It is not an uncommon behavior. I'm going to leave it at that. Another article.
Back up.
Oh, look, with a picture of that death row chain.
Just a little bit.
Oh, look. A seizure of a shit ton of shotguns.
There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10/3 of 96.
I'm sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
With a photo of that chain.
137I. You can probably read it without me pulling it out.
This one is Rappers and Muslims Gather for Peace, and it's dated September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
It's also from the Press Telegram. I wonder if that was one of the gatherings at the park he was talking about.
137J. Here's an article titled Knight, related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Oh, that says continued from page B1, so we're missing some of the rest of it, but... Mm-hmm.
Hold up, see the whole thing, 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece of article, Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
The handwritten dates on these are kind of sending me. 10/3/96 on those as well. Not the microphone, counsel.
137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
The title of that is B.I.G. Rapper killed inside car.
This appears to be
B.I.G. rapper killed inside car. Also from the Press Telegram. This is from March. Could be 10th, could be 16th, could be 18th. It's hard for me to tell. 1997.
an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
On 37M. This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
That's from 10/5/96.
If we zoom in.
Does it say Keefe D's name in here somewhere? We'll see.
It discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
I mean, it's his nephew. I'm not surprised he has that article.
137N. There's an article about gangster rap performer Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
.137O. An article about gang ties suspected in killings.
Yes, sir.
And then it lists the killings of Tupac and Biggie specifically.
137P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
.137Q. This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
That's the headline. This is the article that was continued about Suge Knight on night B3. This is a LA Times article. I don't see a date on it, but the second snippet we saw is from this. Rap mogul's lawyers contend detective lied. They seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case, saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Suge Knight's alleged role in an assault before Tupac Shakur slaying. I mean, it is on video. Becker could not be reached for comment. Anderson declined to comment, but Edie Fall, his attorney, denied that Anderson had anything to do with Shakur's death. Look whose names are popping up in this article. How very interesting.
And it starts off with, they seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
He went to prison on that probation case.
On 37R. This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and
Just a wild look in history. The article is titled "Bullet-Riddled Rap Specter of Feuds Haunts Biggie's Death," right next to an article that says mammograms yearly urged for women in their 40s. And then at the bottom, it talks about somebody signing on to work with AOL and the DGA Awards. So, you know. And the photo on that is Biggie apparently pointing a gun at the camera and Diddy.
Tupac's murder, but bullet-riddled rap is how it's titled.
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
That's correct.
This was originally folded.
He was just opening that on top of the microphone.
137S. An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Chet says he was pointing a cane at the camera. Fair enough. Fair enough.
And it appears, if you look really close
Looked like
to the bottom,
a weapon to me, but I didn't also look that close.
this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
Talking about Tupac and All Eyes on Me.
.137T, the last on this one. An article entitled
Zoom out. No easy answers
on March
for
10th of
violence and gangsta
1997,
rap.
No easy answers for violence and gangster rap.
That's correct.
That is gangsta with an A.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd, did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams. I believe there was one more. I can't remember.
Mob James?
Yes,
James McDonald?
yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this, as a homicide detective, do you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I do.
What's a compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a compelling order.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Drake.
So he's going through what compelling orders were issued to the witness and is asking the court to take judicial notice. There were a couple questions yesterday when the court took judicial notice of a fact. It means that the court is stating that this is a fact, that these things do exist, like a court order in this case. Does he need to do this for the evidence in this case? Probably not. However, the witnesses that indicated that they were reluctant to be here, they asked each of those witnesses the question. I wouldn't be surprised if the prosecutors told the witnesses, we will make it clear that you didn't want to be here, and we will make it clear that you were ordered to be here by the court, and is continuing to do that. I don't necessarily know why it needs to be taken judicial notice of that the witnesses were compelled to be here. Each of those witnesses were asked and told that they were compelled by court order to be there. So
John Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and Virgie Brooks.
I don't know why this is necessary. Court's like,
Let me make sure I have all those, actually.
Court's like, fine.
Actually.
I will go back through my orders.
Would be the sixth one.
All right.
I don't. Yeah, sure. The court's going to go back through the court record, and the court can take judicial notice of the record, which means the jury knows that the court has deemed that the fact is the fact. I'm going to zoom. The court's going to go through 6 different compel orders.
Okay.
Way to put the judge on the spot. Couldn't you have done this at the end of the day? Not in the middle? Whatever.
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Where in New York? MDC, perhaps? Yeah, those orders are a little different. It's a little easier to compel someone out of custody, though they are in federal custody. So you do have to get the feds to work with them. Do I think they're talking about Diddy? I absolutely think they're talking about Diddy because he is on the witness list.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
Damn it! They're talking about somebody else. Maybe it's because they don't need the compel order when you can order them out of prison.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
And he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get a compel.
Yes, sir.
All right. What did you do with the people who weren't cooperative despite the California authorities ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Virgie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Was there Malcolm Greenidge on
yes, Malcolm was, yes.
She
And I can't remember the last one.
report if you want her to
I know
look at a
we've-
report.
Already spoke about him though.
How about Devontae Lee? Did you have to do one?
Yes,
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we didn't need a compel order.
correct.
I'm curious to see why they're doing it, unless they just want to explain that the witnesses didn't want to be here and these are the links they went to get the witnesses. What did they just talk about? That they were able to get a court order when the witnesses were maybe not being super forthcoming with their location and they just pinged their phones. And they're like, oh, there you are. Because your phones are going to tell on you.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes.
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No.
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
Yes, there was.
And who is that?
His mother.
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Edwards?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Thank you, Detective. I pass the witness.
Thank you.
All right, cross-examination, Mr. Stamps.
C-Ray, where you at? I bet C-Ray dumped his phone. Oh boy. Well, I guess the jury is now aware of why they haven't heard from C. Ray. They tried to find C. Ray. They were out in Compton over the weekend trying to find C. Ray. C. Ray was not at home. C. Ray's mother, who is 95 years old, is not at home, which means they are probably at friends or family somewhere. C. Ray's like, nope. That doesn't mean that before the end of the trial, they will not locate C. Ray and bring them. Does this happen? Yes. At times, do you have to arrest witnesses and bring them to court? Yes. Do they appreciate the free ride to court? Not generally, no. Generally, no. Witnesses do not love being arrested and brought to court. That's not their favorite. It's nobody's favorite. But I wonder if we'll now I'm wondering if we're going to see C. Ray before the end of this case. C. Ray, I'm going to leave it at that. I'm curious to see where we'll get with that by the end of this case, because they're probably not going to stop looking. We're getting on to cross-examination. Do they get a ride back home? Generally, they will get a ride back home. Generally, they will also get a ride back home. They don't just leave them at court, Trig. They will also take them home. In the times that we had, in my cases, to arrest witnesses, and sometimes it was just truly that they needed a ride to court, so not everybody just is arrested to be brought to court because there's an arrest warrant because they bounced. The detectives I worked with, we always also tried to make sure people like got a meal or two if they needed it, what have you. So it just depends on the witness, but yeah, it's not always easy. Now I'm curious if we're going to see C. Ray. All right, let's get into cross. A number of you are saying that I am triggering your devices. Apparently, I just triggered my own device by saying that. C. Ray. Andrea would say, does C. Ray have an open warrant? Yeah, C. Ray would have an open arrest warrant based on this. Yep. Better make sure your taillights are in working order.
How are you doing, Detective Gatus?
Okay, how are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for...
That order won't be cleared. No.
Being here today. Now, your testimony is
I'm leaving
based
this at
on
1.25
your
for now.
work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of.
This is a bad question,
primarily
counsel.
was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right, and so from 2018 to 2023.
Better questions get better answers. You asked if this detective had been working with Detective Mogg from 2023 on, and this detective clarified that they were co-workers. Prior to that, you did not ask about this case specifically. Literal questions will get literal answers.
You didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Yeah.
You interested in a
your
new
training
job?
experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're getting ready as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer?
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community.
Correct.
One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation you could write some notes or something along those lines, that wouldn't require you to do a police report.
That's correct.
Or officer's report.
Yes.
All right. But in terms
Back to reports. I'm leaving this at 1.25.
of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written?
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer the detective, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become sergeant. Correct. Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next.
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes they're not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
I haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But
what kind of work do you do when you retire? She's like, yeah, I'm not there yet. I bet if he asked her, and how long do you have, she could tell you down to the day. But also, she's like, I'm not quite sure. Haven't had the pleasure.
Of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original.
Oh, sir. The things that this chat has seen with officers' reports.
Investigator, no. A lot of times, like, there'll be either one of the guys from cold case that will kind of pick up a case and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay. Well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, finish up his officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
Yeah. 3 years?
No.
You can't submit it still as an officer if you're retired because you're no longer an officer, but you can finish the report after retired. Where is the defense going with this? The police didn't do their job. Attack the investigation, but not necessarily through the witness who's the problem. This is using this witness to establish whatever the witness or whatever the defense is going to argue down the road, that reports didn't get done. Reports didn't get done sufficiently. Mog didn't finish the reports right. It's just attack the investigation. So we heard about this in the defense's opening, and so he's using this witness to establish reports are important. Have you ever seen someone retire and then submit the report saying that they were an officer? And she's like, well, no, they're no longer an officer.
And
So
fair to say
attack
that
the
there's
investigation.
common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like you said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes.
Yeah.
It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you're sitting here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
You work for the District Attorney's Office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different
They
purposes,
should
correct?
be.
Correct. Your job as a police officer with Metro is to investigate and determine facts. Fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the District Attorney's Office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts.
And present it to them, yes.
And present it to the District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Okay. Now, they do have investigators that work for them.
Yes, sir.
Right? But fair to say those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's...
Is the question, ma'am, can you describe your entire job? Okay. Can we talk about the separation of powers? The fact that the prosecution and the defense. Okay. The jury's just going to get bored this many days in, but the counsel who did the opening statement's face is exactly where I'm at right now.
Speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I
Sure.
forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator? No.
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of...
He's asking about whether anyone's ever seen the DA investigator be kind of the lead investigator on the case. I would just say CEG Corey Richens. It does happen where investigators at the district attorney's office end up doing investigation and important investigation in the case. Again, CEG, the Corey Richens case. Happens, so that's what he's asking about. Hi, George. We've had all the cats stop by.
What you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit.
Yes, sir.
And at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who was just writing the search warrant. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying for the most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant.
Yes, he was.
And he was on who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well.
Yes, sir.
Other detectives as well.
Yes, sir.
As well as the crime scene analyst that we have on scene.
Yes.
And they're all looking for information.
Correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes.
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that were taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes.
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book.
She didn't review a book. Why are they looking for a manuscript? I kind of understand, but they have not clarified whether they ever got search warrants to search the devices.
That you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, just if I could have a...
my version of that.
I have it.
Georgie, what are we doing? You can't burrow into my body. Hi. Hi.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes.
Okay. So this book was the one of the focuses of the search.
Yes.
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
He would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah. And for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh your recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh.
I can
right, because
review
why would
it
she?
if you'd like. But yeah, I up to this point have not read the full document.
Okay.
So I would object because again, she wasn't leading the search warrant. She wasn't leading the search warrant. She was helping execute the search warrant, but she wasn't leading the search warrant.
You're saying, though, that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you.
I wonder if the defense thinks that they're not going to call Mogg. The questioning's starting to sound like they think that Mogg might not get called.
In addition to that, looking at the State's Exhibit number 104, The name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
That's
What
the
significance
defendant.
does this name have to you?
We knew that was Duane Davis's nickname, or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who was that person?
Yosef Yab.
Now, with regards to Yosef Yab, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he's the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yab.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
All right. And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County.
Why do you want to go through a grand jury indicting your dude? Curious to see where this goes.
Regional Justice Center. They hear cases that may determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you were not.
That's correct.
I just saw the prosecutors look at each other and they're just like, what are we doing? Why are we here? Chat, also, I see that the mods have been working very hard. Just a reminder that when I'm covering trial, I'm just focused on what's going on in trial, trying to keep the ADHD reined in and appropriately caffeinated and not get hyper distracted by the cats. So thank you for making their life easier, because the harder you make their life, the more I just start to block everything. So thank you. And thank you. Remember, when we're doing trial, I'm just watching this. I got chat. I got this. I'm trying to keep the cats from having cat hair all over my face. So I appreciate it. I see how hard the mods are working, and thank you. It's just a helpful reminder that when we're in trial, we're just focused. I'm literally just watching what's in front of me. Thank you.
Okay, that would be something that Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to Yusuf, we had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California?
No, I did not.
Or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court?
No, we did not.
Okay. And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective at Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5, maybe.
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusuf?
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you are going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point?
Yes.
But not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point?
Correct, he was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office?
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No. Primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I did not.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes.
Back to the reports.
We talked a little bit about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
Yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with glasses, myself, and my investigator as well as Mr. Giacomo, Mr. New, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Yeah. Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer's report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case, and that submission of that report, ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18
My understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him credit for that, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as you sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mom in between that time period.
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
I mean, would you have?
Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right. And
Here's the thing, though. Suge Knight's in custody, so the order you would need to get Suge out of custody is not necessarily the same process you would go through to compel a witness to court when they are a civilian, because you don't need to compel Suge to go to court. You need to compel the Department of Corrections to bring Suge to court. It's not the same thing. So, no, you wouldn't order an issue to compel Suge. He's in prison. You just get them to give him to you.
say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today.
Yes.
He's actually in custody.
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point
not
issue a
hard to
compelling
find.
order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Monk would know of.
Yes.
Okay. How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once again,
I have not issued a yes.
So
And the
that-
same answer that
Big Meech
Detective Moore would be-
IDK.
He would have more knowledge on that.
Now
Also, Chad, I know defense counsel put out that Keefe D's name was spelled wrong on the book. I just pulled the indictment out of my file. His nickname's spelled the same way on the indictment, Keffe. So I don't know what he's talking about.
the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say, in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone. Right?
In today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby.
Maybe they were Googling Shark Week because they're compelled by sharks doing shark things. What are we talking about?
And they're doing it over and over again. That would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows. Right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again.
This scrapbook?
This is State's Exhibit 37.
137.
Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it.
That's correct.
He's talking about the scrapbook, and I can't tell if it's wrapped in bubble wrap or not.
Yeah. There looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it.
Oh, there's a candy cane on it. There's candy canes on it. Was the scrapbook a gift?
That's correct. And something else that's there looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else beside that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
It's a festive folder. Uh-huh.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your One of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been...
Y'all, I don't think Suge gave it to him for Christmas. I think he was there.
this
he
would
was
be
there.
States Exhibit 136. You recall looking...
Keefe D was one of the wise men, and he brought a scrapbook, not frankincense. He brought a scrapbook. So we got to rewrite a little bit.
At this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
Mm-hmm.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to. But let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that...
So, counsel, you agree that the address is affiliated with your client? Great.
was made mention by the state and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken. That's like our property return or search warrant return. Okay.
That's correct.
And
he did write the Bible. It was really just his journal. We call it the Bible. He just calls it his journal. Him and Corey Richens. They were just journaling. We're looking at the search warrant return, or the receipts, if you will. The receipts for what was taken from that search warrant. When search warrants are completed, they bring back the search warrant return to the judge who signed the search warrant and said, "Hey, Your Honor, you signed a search warrant. We went and executed the search warrant. This is what we took." And then it gets filed with the court.
Identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance...
I want to know where that evidence is. I'm real curious where all that went. Should be in an evidence locker somewhere. Probably isn't. Should be. Really hope it is. It might not be.
Just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when that search warrant was issued. So I would assume previous to that.
It would have to be prior to the search warrant.
We don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay.
Obviously.
Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular...
You are missing a step. Counsel is asking about the devices being seized, but did not ask about whether there were search warrants to search the devices and what those were for. It was not this witness's job, so I don't know if there were search warrants to then search the devices. But I guess we'll see, because you can seize them. You need the separate warrant to search them. And you can't get a search warrant. Never mind. Well, I'm curious if he's going to close that step in or not.
Machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody would do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital item, so I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mogg's job, not your job.
Would have been somebody else's
because
job.
At the time he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
Correct.
Now there's, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you released.
I think it's clear for the jury. Is it clear for all of you? He's asking her a bunch of questions about a whole lot of not her job. Mm-hmm.
The seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers. Another laptop computer, HP G171 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the...
Do any of you think Keefe D sat down on the laptop and wrote his book? I just don't see Keefe D sitting down on the laptop and banging out the book. I imagine he voice recorded his stories, compiled them from other interviews that he had given, and worked with his co-author, and his co-author sat down at the typewriter. I imagine this was done via conversation. But okay.
From the residents, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a flat case.
Yes.
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mogg's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yep. Yes, sir.
Mrs. Detective Gatus, I'm done with my cross-examination of you.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Okay, counsel.
Thank you, Mr. Stamp. Mr. Jack will redirect.
Detective Gaddis, Mr.
We're moving on to redirect. A lot of you have asked about a ghostwriter. The reason I didn't say that Keefe D had a ghostwriter in this book is because I don't think he did, because he lists the name of his co-author. So it's not someone writing this behind the named author who we don't know. It's not an unnamed person. So we have a named person that helped him put this together. So that's why I say co-author. But yeah, the whole book, and I've read through this book, the syntax in this book reads as if Keefe D is talking through his story. And I'm sure a co-author helped him format it, but it's self-published. So I guess we're seeing a little bit of the defense hinting at the fact that we don't even know if my client wrote this book. Well, he does tell the same stories over and over and over again, and the picture that was in the bin seems to be the picture that's in the book. I don't know if the prosecution's going to tie that together for us, or maybe that'll come in closing, but okay.
Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often...
We're in redirect.
Do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, we do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour. Absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you...
Counsel, I don't think the jury cares.
You aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware the
determination
or the decision that was made as it relates to Detective Mogg, remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that decision was made the day he retired?
Yes, yes.
Okay. And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And usually the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed.
We heard this from one of the very early witnesses who did the cold cases. So for those of you that are tuning into this case this week, one of the cold case detectives who I thought was a great witness testified about how the reports in Vegas work. The officer's report that the defense keeps referring to is a report that they generally do not complete until the case is kind of done. Or if there is someone in custody, they might speed up when they write that report. He also said that there are other reports that they keep track of that are kind of like their day-to-day, call this witness, talk to this witness, but their officer's report is a very specific, like overall summary of everything, where the other day-to-day documents have a different name. So the officer's report is not done till the end of the report and is a summary of everything that they've been documenting in their case sheets or day-to-day sheets. He had a different name for them. So the defense kept asking about the officer's report, and that's like their closing report. So hopefully that helps. And that's what counsel's circling back on. Like, hey, everybody, remember we talked about the officer's report? That's like the big narrative one. Right.
When you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Sanft also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission.
Right.
Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything
He's talking about DA investigators.
that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case?
Objection, Your Honor, is the opinion.
Oh. Well, that makes things more clear. Detective Mogg didn't become an investigator with Las Vegas PD. Detective Mogg retired from Las Vegas PD and became a DA investigator with the DA's office. Well, that's so much more clear. I don't know if I missed it before. I might have. But that's incredibly common that retired law enforcement become the DA investigators and work in the DA's office. All of the DA investigators that I worked with had been in law enforcement within the jurisdiction in different law enforcement agencies. That makes more sense, but also it's my understanding that when Mogg retired from Las Vegas Metro, Mogg already had the job becoming a DA investigator. And so when Mogg shifted from Las Vegas Metro to being a DAI, he hadn't finished his reports yet, but he was going from one office on Friday to a new office on Monday, but still working on the same case. So him working as an investigator with the DA's office makes a lot more sense. And when the defense talked about this in opening, I think I got the impression that he went back as a contractor with Las Vegas Metro PD. This makes it more clear for me, but it also might have more relevance to me just because it's within the wheelhouse of the work that I did. The jury might not give a shit at all. So.
Not quite clear what the relevance of that was.
Well, the relevance is you keep insinuating that he did something improper, counsel. So the DA is cleaning up the fact that this is not weird shit. This is normal shit.
Of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case.
Objection, Your Honor, is the opinion. I'm not quite clear what the relevance of that was.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, this is really unusual, there's something wrong
Oh, the speaking objections.
here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her experience, is there anything inappropriate about that?
I don't know how her experience is relevant.
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
He did ask her if it was unusual.
I would say Detective Mogg.
He asked her if it was unusual that a DA investigator be the lead investigator on a case. That's what he asked.
In the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the.
I would say Detective Mogg was the best fit to do it.
Relevant. Yep.
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Overruled.
I would say Detective Mogg would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Smith?
Yes, Your Honor. Since we're watching this door. So with regard to
Sir, this is not the serve you think it is. Y'all are getting snippish. Recross.
Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
I'm going to slow the sass down because I just want to watch everybody's faces face at each other. Emily, you're just here for the lawyers fighting? Yeah, at this point. Because that yes. Let's see where we end up.
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Can you approach?
Oh, no. No. Oh, boo. He had the most knowledge because he refused to write an officer's report. No, he had the most knowledge because he was the one working the case. I'm going to zoom through the
All right, it's overruled.
sidebar.
All right, it's overruled. You may.
Also, I might have let this witness answer because I think she's been great. I imagine her answer would be something like, it has nothing to do with the report. He had worked the case the longest.
Ask your question.
And I just forgot the question. So let me back.
It's overruled. She can ask the question. Defense follows up with, I've forgotten my question.
Get up real quick here. So you're telling us, though, that he was the best for the job?
Yes.
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement in 2023, he was the best for the job?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Because you were in
the
the shower.
He had the most knowledge of it because he was the...
So you were in the shower. Because you were in the shower. So the objection was overruled. Counsel is allowed to re-ask the question. Counsel is now wandering through the other questions to try to find the question that was lost while he was at sidebar.
Primary detective on the case.
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report.
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know.
Yeah, I know. I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report?
Correct.
She said she
you
didn't
say
know.
he was best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit
Asked
that
and
could have taken
answered.
over that case.
We
Asked and answered is a valid objection, counsel. Counsel, asked and answered.
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the Homicide Division?
Well, I say that.
You would say he mogged them, counsel. Yes. Mm-hmm. Sorry, I couldn't help it. I have an 8th grader.
About Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me that made
Not
the most
6,
sense
7
in my
is
opinion.
disappointing.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report.
Well, objection. She just answered she doesn't know if there is.
Asked and answered.
Let me ask you this question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as you sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago.
Yes, I do.
And they could have very easily taken the spot.
We learned the definition of cold case with the other detective. The other detective, for those of you joining us now, I thought was a great witness, but said in Vegas, the way that they define cold case is if there is no longer a detective that's assigned actively working the case. So the cold case unit takes over cases that do not have a lead. It was not necessarily tied to the age of the case.
As well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020 that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so, in terms of the way you're describing it, are you saying that Detective Mog was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mog.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mog situation, are you telling us, though, that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
He wasn't hired by Metro. He became a DA investigator. I have the feeling that counsel actually doesn't know the answer to the questions and is using cross-examination to try to figure it out. There are definitely times it feels like he's really, really just trying to figure out what the answer might be. And that is not what you want to see on cross. This is not the time for the open-ended investigatory questions. Does it feel that way to y'all? Or do we think he's got a plan? I feel like we're wandering. I don't feel like there's a plan.
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So, are you aware of an officer, retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he, at some point, worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So, I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question, but are you telling us that that's what Detective Morgan did in this case, that after he retired, he became an investigator just like Dean O'Kelly on cold cases?
Detective Mog did not do that with Metro.
He became a DA investigator.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officer's report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would be put in the file to help the next detective?
Yeah, I'm putting this at 1.25 speed. We're wandering all the way into the weeds. We're just the problem is that I don't think the defense has the payoff for these questions. We have seen cases where these questions pay off. The longer he asks these questions, the more it seems that he's looking for maybe a nugget that he can argue, but doesn't have a plan. And this witness has said that she didn't go through the case file to read those cases because she was assisting on the search warrant and then was assisting with the evidence room because Mog is no longer employed by Las Vegas Metro. Like literally not her job.
With the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
All right, no further questions. Thank you.
Oh.
Anything further, Mr. DeJuffalo? No. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness?
Damn! I sped up too late.
Seeing no hands, thank you, Detective Gatus. You're free to go.
Thank you.
No questions from the jury. That should tell you that the jury was done with that line of questioning.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any recorded or commentary.
We're going to zoom.
Of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which
I'm at 1.25.
The case is submitted to you.
The court is not, in fact, an auctioneer. The auctioneer was going about a mile a minute, taking bids and calling them out loud. And I guess I was really getting in it when I just shouted out above the crowd. And I said, hey, pretty lady, won't you give me a sign? I'll give anything to make you mine, oh mine. I'll do your bidding and be at your beck and call. Emily, are we now singing Grundy County Auction? Yes, because I've got the judge at 1.25 and
the room will be in recess.
She does sound like an auctioneer. All right. Caitlin, this is a great question. Why do the DAs need investigators? Don't they have detectives for that? They do not have detectives to cover all of the things that they do. Each department is different. So I'm going to give each department is different. So each department is different. But DA investigators often serve different roles and are often still sworn law enforcement. But there are a lot of circumstances where detectives do not have the manpower to go and subpoena all your witnesses, and a DA investigator might handle that. Go follow up with another law enforcement agency, and your detective might not be handling that. So it really depends on each jurisdiction and the role of the detectives in that jurisdiction, and then the role of the DA investigators. The DA investigators are employed within the DA's office. The detectives are employed, of course, by all their different law enforcement agencies. And so they will split those tasks up differently. I'm sure offices all do it differently. I only have the experience that I have, but DA investigators fill that different role. And often you don't see the DA investigator coming in and testifying as a witness, where your detectives and your case agents are going to do that. But going and finding witnesses is a frequent and common role for DA investigators. And all the DA investigators I've worked with have been from other law enforcement agencies and generally retired from other law enforcement agencies. We're going to zoom past the break and see the people said that they had a short witness. So we're going to take a look. Blue Eyes Fairy said, time is a construct which Keffe D invented. Keffe D did, in fact, invent time, space-time, time travel, and may, in fact, be a Time Lord. I'm going to zoom while the jury comes in. There we go.
For the record, Ms. Stratton has exited the room. You may be seated. Anything else we need to discuss on that issue?
Not from the state. No, yeah.
Anything we need to discuss outside the presence?
Not from the state. No, yeah.
All right, we'll get the jurors.
All right. It looks like they had a brief conversation off the record. They're going to bring the jurors in.
And who is the witness that we're going to do next?
Mark Hatten.
Mark Hatten.
Yeah, he's a firearms person.
Okay.
A firearms person, says the prosecution. All right. Witness number 23.
All right, then as soon as we get the jury in, we'll proceed with that one short witness, and then we'll take our lunch break.
All right, I'm going to zoom through the jury coming in and them calling their next witness. Sabine said, Keffe D invented scrapbooking. Yes. Motion to DoorDash hinge oil to the courthouse. They would probably take it as a threat. Don't send anything to the courthouse. I'm sure if they wanted to fix the doors, they could. Then again, it's a government building. Somebody probably put in a work order 6 years ago and it never got done. But yeah, it's a whole lot.
May I have a seat?
Thank you.
Sir, please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Mark Hatten, M-A-R-K-H-A-T-T-E-N.
Mark
Thank
Hatten.
you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Did he bring a demonstrative bullet to the stand with him? He did. He has a demonstration bullet.
Nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
It's like Dr. B showing up with his demonstration skull. He's got a demonstration bullet. So we're gonna okay.
Please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Mark Hatten.
We love a demonstration.
M-A-R-K-H-A-T.
At first I thought it might be a coffee container, and then I'm like, no, he's the firearms guy. That's definitely a bullet. Though it would be kind of a tough coffee container, though.
T-E-N.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hatten, how are you employed?
I'm currently a police officer with Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
That
I was
would be a
hired
bit
in
thermos.
2007. I also worked as a NIBIN technician within the firearms unit of the forensic laboratory at the Metro Forensic Lab for 7 years, from 2018 until 2025.
Can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes, NIBIN stands for the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's a program that's overseen by the federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives.
Sir, thank you so much for being such a professional witness. You're also going to 1.25 speed. You speak very clearly, and we're going to be able to understand you just fine at 1.25.
Otherwise known as the ATF. And this is a technology that contains hardware and software that takes high-resolution 2D and 3D images of a cartridge case that has been fired, or a cartridge, excuse me, that has been fired out of the firearm. It looks specifically at the head stamp area, and I also brought a model with me of a cartridge if the court would allow me to use this, and I could also pass this around to the jury so you can get a closer look and see exactly and understand what Nibin is looking at.
Mr. Hatten, you're getting
They are looking at head stamp strikes.
a little ahead of me, but let's go. I was going to ask you, what is a cartridge case?
Cartridge case, it's what this is called is a cartridge, and once it's fired, the bullet gets projected out of the barrel, and the cartridge case gets ejected from the firearm.
We love a demonstrative.
Basically, it contains all the components of a cartridge, including the bullet, the cartridge case. Can I use
Yes, and so it appears you brought a demonstrative.
He really, really wants to use the demonstrative. I bet it comes apart. I bet you could take it apart. He really wants to use the demonstrative. He's very excited.
Your Honor, may the witness use the demonstrative for the purposes of explaining it to the jury.
Is it the two? Yeah. Okay. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so during the firing process, when somebody pulls the trigger, this bullet will project.
And he has removed the projectile from the casing. Huzzah! I love it so much. I love it so much. I love it so much. It's easy for the jury to understand. He wants to just show you. I love it so much. Let's talk about it. Let's just show you what it is.
To the jury.
Is it the
I
two?
love
Yeah.
it.
Okay. Yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so during the firing process, when somebody pulls the trigger, this bullet will project out of the barrel.
Totally looks
This is
3D
the
printed
cartridge
to me.
case. This is the head stamp area.
Not mad
It can
at
be
it.
stamped with the manufacturer of the ammunition as well as the caliber. And this is the what Nibin looks at, specifically the primer area, which contains a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder within the cartridge case.
Love it.
And then on the back of the cartridge, you had mentioned that, or the cartridge case, you had mentioned that the strike that causes the explosion to expunge the bullet, is that strike unique or something that you look at in determining whether or not a cartridge has been fired from the same gun?
Yes, it's unique because during the manufacturing process of the firearm, it has tooling marks and it's hardened steel. This metal is soft, so this comes out at very high velocity. So when that slams into the firearm, it imparts its unique markings from that tooling process directly onto the cartridge case.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to case number 960907-2063, where you asked to do some work on that case.
Yes, I was.
And is it fair to say that, and the jury's already heard this and they've been received in evidence, that 7 cartridge cases with a head stamp of 140 S&W were recovered from that scene?
That's correct.
And then initially, when this case first occurred in 1996, they were run through the database that existed in 1996. Is that fair to say?
Not in 1996, it was in 2003 because NIBIN was not created. It was a program called DrugFire, and NIBIN actually was implemented in 1997, but of course it takes time to build up the database, so it really wasn't readily,
So they
the
didn't
database
run
wasn't
it?
built up until about the early 2000s. So that's when they actually initially entered this cartridge case into the NIBIN system.
So in 1996, it was DrugFire, and then in 2003, it was re-entered into NIBIN. Is that fair to say?
I don't have any knowledge if this was entered into DrugFire.
So we'll focus on 2003, the NIBIN entry. Did the
I imagine
cartridges
that it
used
was.
in this particular cartridge?
I also believe that the cold case detectives said that it was entered into DrugFire, but anyway, we're going into the 2003 into the NIBIN system, so I'm curious to hear what came of that.
Cartridge cases collected in this case match any other cartridge cases that were entered into NIBIN back in 2003?
They did not.
Did they match any other firearm that was recovered by 2003?
They did not.
Now, in 2023, were you asked to re-enter these cartridge cases or re-examine them within the NIBIN system?
Yes, I was.
And that request, I think, was made by Mark Jacoboff.
Yes, it was.
And had technology changed between 2003 and 2023?
Yes, so that 20-year period, yes, the cameras and the resolution has definitely improved over that 20-year time frame.
And is it also fair to say that probably in the intervening 20 years, more cartridge cases and more firearms have been entered into the NIBIN system?
Yes, it's the gold standard of that type of ballistics. So everybody uses it now, and yes, there's millions of images in the database.
And did you actually conduct did you actually look into NIBIN to see whether or not this cartridge case matched any other cartridge case that was entered into NIBIN?
Yes, I entered it into NIBIN myself, and we did a nationwide search, and it looked throughout the entire country. And then the NIBIN results had no associations other to the original entry from 2003.
So what you learned from NIBIN is when you entered the cartridge in 2003, it matched the cartridge you entered in 2023.
That's correct.
And that was it.
Nationwide, it did not match any other cartridge case that had been previously entered into NIBIN.
No, it did not.
That gun is at the bottom of something. I don't know if it's an ocean, a lake, the desert, but that gun has not been used again well, it might have been used again, but that gun was not used in a case where the casings were recovered and entered into the system. So there were no, if the gun had been recovered in a search warrant or something, there would likely be a test fire cartridge that would get entered into the system. That gun was not recovered in a way that either a test casing or additional casings were entered into the system. But they ran down that lead, and they can say we ran down that lead and nothing came back. Okay. That's why it's a quick witness.
Sorry, cross-examination, Mr. Smith?
Sir, did you actually look at the actual cartridge casings themselves?
Yes, I looked all 7 side by side, and I screened them and then grouped them into one grouping, which represents one firearm.
All right. And as far as you recall or understand that the cartridge casings were located at one scene, not multiple scenes?
I didn't look into the case notes. That's to try to keep our distance. We don't do any investigative work at the lab.
He doesn't want to know. He looks at the evidence, not the case notes, not his job. He just looked at the casings.
So we don't want to bias our mind to
not his job.
So I did not review any of the crime scene photos, any of the diagrams. I do not know. All I know is I have 7 cartridge cases. How do they group and which ones to enter?
Okay, and so out of the 7, all of them look like they were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, they had similar visual characteristics, and I entered one, which I assigned as lab item 1.
I see. So no one of them was different, like indicating maybe another gun was used. All of them were from the same gun.
That's correct.
Okay. No further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from our jurors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hatten. You're free to go.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Excuse me.
Okay, when they said quick witness, they really meant quick witness. For those of you just tuning in, what has the defendant said about this weapon? The defendant said that someone put the weapon on top of the tire of the Cadillac, and they left the Cadillac at the carriage house, and they went and partied, and then poof, he never saw the gun again. It was just gone. I actually believed the defendant that the gun was just gone. I also believe somebody probably knew who was going to come grab it off the tire and get rid of it, but we got a lot of distance for that plausible deniability. You know, it's like you have the doctor turn around, right? I don't know. Somebody put it on a tire. Wasn't there anymore. No idea where it went. Right.
That was our short witness before the lunch break?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Okay, sounds good. So at this time, we're going to take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1 p.m. for further testimony. Please rise for the jury.
That case is gone, baby, gone. Or that gun is gone, baby, gone. So we're going to do a quick summary. The court's on lunch. The court's still on lunch. They've not come back yet. We've run out of Zoom room. It's the first time that's happened to us this trial. We're out of Zoom room. KVD's looking a little deflated today. More so than the other days.
Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So we're going to have Robert.
well, the jury is out. Let's hear what the prosecution has to say. And then we're going to do a quick morning summary and, well, grab a snack. And then hopefully they'll be back from lunch.
Ladd testify at
Outside the presence.
Yes, Your Honor. So we're going to have Robert Ladd testify at whenever we come back at.
Okay, you can all be seated.
And there was this outstanding issue during our gang motion about the term shot caller. Now, in
the chat has a lingering and outstanding issue about the term shot caller, meaning the person who calls the shots, the person who's the boss, the person that can say to other homies, hey, we're doing this, hey, we're not doing that. So it sounds like anyway, so that came up during the pretrial motions about what the person who calls the shots is. So the defendant has called themselves that. They've called themselves a shot caller. They've called themselves a kingpin. They've called themselves the boss. They've called themselves the OOG, who all the little homies want to be like. He's called himself all the things.
the interim, we found that Mr. Davis refers to himself as the shot caller in the book. I don't know that was pointed out. I had not realized that at the time of that motion, so I certainly failed to point that out. But at this point, the state's going to be asking that we allow Mr. Ladd to use that term. When I pre-trialed him last night, I told him he is not allowed to use it unless the court gives a go-ahead, so he's aware of that prohibition. But I think
was the idea that he was going to be the one to lay the foundation, that he was the shot caller, that allegedly Keefe D was the shot caller.
Yes.
So we can use that term and attempt to lay the foundation, and then I guess we can just, at some point, you can approach and say, has that been conclusively established or something?
Okay, so I just want to know the mechanism. So I'm not going to have...
So it sounds like who's coming up as a gang detective, Mr. Ladd, because Mr. Ladd's going to lay the foundation for what Keefe D was doing in the gang. But Keefe D was also saying this about himself. Okay.
And say it at all, and then I will try and lay the general gang foundation, and then I'll lie the foundation for Mr. Davis's role within the gang, and at that point I'll probably just ask to approach out of an abundance of caution, and then see if the foundation's good.
Does that work for you, Mr. Stamps?
It does, Your Honor. I do have one further housekeeping matter for covering the shot caller issue.
Yes.
Okay.
The other issue is that we're asking the court to see if we could just exclude putting on the record or publishing to everybody the addresses of my client in terms of where his family still lives today in Compton. So if we're going to talk about a location, that would just use maybe the street name, something like that, to differentiate between the two.
I think that's appropriate. Not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You can say like the 3600 block, maybe.
I think it's a little complicated because there's a 1405 and a 4. There's two.
I know that was a little hard to hear because the doors are destructive. The defense was raising again the objection with regard to the exact addresses. The thing is, it sounds like the next witness coming up is going to be the gang expert, which means they are going to need to talk about the locations that were raided, the locations where Keefe D had homes, potentially his trap houses and drop houses, and other areas in Compton. And there are two addresses that are next door to each other. So without getting into the exact address, it could get complicated. So the defense is raising again the issue with the addresses. And the prosecution is saying, well, that might be an issue because, though the defense can stipulate that those are my client's house.
We'll just use maybe the street name, something like that.
So the defense is asking, can we just use the street names instead of the addresses?
To differentiate between the two.
I think that's appropriate. Not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You can say like the 3600 block, maybe.
I think it's a little complicated because there's a 1405 and a 4. There's two houses on the same block. And so I think if Mr. Sam doesn't object to us just saying that on the search warrants it's listed as Mr. Davis's house without giving the actual address, or Mr. Anderson's or Miss Anderson's house without giving the actual address, I'm happy to do that. Like, I'm not trying to cause any problems. It's just that I don't want the vagary used against us.
Sure. Would that compromise work for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that's all we're asking, is just if we just refer to who the house is.
The exhibits themselves that will be admitted list the actual address, but we won't display those portions of the exhibits publicly, if that helps.
The last search warrant was already displayed with some of the addresses.
Okay.
Thank you. Yes,
Sounds good. Okay. Anything else on that theme, Mr. Sanford?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address in general? Hearing nothing, we'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
Like, great, bye.
1 o'clock.
Bye. Okay, while the court goes to their lunch break, I'm going to take a quick break. I'm going to hydrate, grab a snack, restroom, all the things, so we get back into court this afternoon. We've been here about 3.5 hours. It's definitely time to take a quick break. Let's summarize where we got this morning. The prosecution has been moving quickly through witnesses this morning. We started with Malcolm Greenidge, who was part of Tupac's not just friend group, but was also, and is also, not just was, but is also a rapper, musician, was mentored by Tupac and was part of the Outcasts. He talked about going out to Vegas. He was the car immediately behind Suge Knight's car when the shootings happened. And you could feel the heaviness of that witness when he was talking about what he saw that night. Saw an arm out of the light-colored four-door Cadillac from the back of the vehicle, shooting into the car where Tupac and Suge were. He talks about following Tupac and Suge's car after Suge makes a U-turn and goes back towards Las Vegas Boulevard. He talks about being there when law enforcement show up, being held at gunpoint by law enforcement, sitting on the curb, identified himself in the pictures. Did I say outcast instead of outlaws? Apologies, chat. Thank you. It's been a long trial. Outlaws, not outcast. It's been a long trial. That's my apologies. My brain is just conflating. Identified himself in the photo sitting on the curb and talked about not just his car being right behind, but it wasn't until the jury question that we got to the question I wondered if either the defense or the prosecution would ask. And the jury asked, did you see anyone from your side shooting at the assailants? And he said, not that I saw. And I'm really surprised that the defense didn't ask that question. And I think it's a little telling that the defense didn't ask that question, because I think the defense knows the answer to that question, which is Tupac wasn't shooting into the car that Keefe D was in, that no one from the entourage at that point where this witness would have saw was shooting into the car. And that wasn't the vehicle that ended up following Keefe D's vehicle, where there were, it seems, shots exchanged between the two vehicles, but that was a different group. So I'm not surprised the defense didn't ask it. Maybe it's because they knew the answer, but the jury really wanted the answer to that question. I'm glad the jury asked. And then we got into a number of law enforcement witnesses, crime scene analysts. We saw a little bit of what was recovered in the 2023 search warrant of Keefe D's Las Vegas home in Henderson, including a treatment for a episodic TV show based on his life, his family's move to from Watts to Compton, his family's move to California, and then, of course, his book. And the treatment specifically indicates his book. And we started to see some cross-examination where the defense is now distancing from whether or not Keffe D even wrote this book, asking later witnesses, did you search his devices to see if he was, clickety-clack typing up that book, which, again, I think he probably audio recorded to his co-author. But did you see any indication that Keffe D wrote this book? And we started seeing those questions getting asked. Then we saw two crime scene analysts. Then we got into another homicide detective. And that homicide detective went through Keffe D's scrapbook with us. Now, the defense said, do you know who put those articles in the scrapbook? No. Do you know whose scrapbook this was? No. And then he talked about the fact that the scrapbook had a candy cane on the front and seemed to have like holiday colors. It seemed festive. But it was a 90s scrapbook with article cutouts from different newspapers with articles regarding Tupac, Suge Knight, and Biggie. And so there was actually a scrapbook with those articles shown in court, and they went article by article, page by page. So the beginnings of the burn book, we also saw a search warrant return for Keffe D's house, and I think we're going to get into this more after lunch, that on the search warrant return, among the things it indicated was a receipt from the hotel in Las Vegas, a receipt from the Monte Carlo, but the defense followed up with one of maybe three good questions, because much of the cross-examination was, so you didn't hear the shots because you were in the shower. Much of it was just wandering in the night. But the good question was, there's no date on that. You don't know when that's from. There's no date on that. You don't know who it's from. You don't know when it's from. All right, well, there's no date on it. However, that search warrant was days after the shooting of Tupac. And what are the chances that he has a receipt from a Monte Carlo? I really hope we see that receipt. I'm not optimistic that we're going to, but I hope that we do. And I think after the interviews we saw with Keffe D, I don't know if the jury's going to be persuaded that he didn't write this book. And as we looked at together when they were showing the storage bins of photos, one of the photos at the top of the storage bin looked very much like one of the photos in Keffe D's book. I think it's going to be really difficult to say that someone just had those photos of him and his family. Someone just had the photo of him and Suge Knight apparently playing Pop Warner football when they were 7 years old. I don't think that's going to be persuasive. I think the better argument is my client is a bullshitter. And we saw that in opening statements. This dude's a bullshitter. Look at how many names he's dropping. He's dropping everybody's name. He's talking about the fact that he created rap. He created Death Row. He created Bad Boy. He made Puffy. He made Suge. He's taking credit for everything that's ever happened in the history of the world. He's a big fish story kind of guy. This is all just name dropping and bullshit. Versus my guy didn't write it. I don't think you can have it both ways. And I think it's more persuasive to say, look, especially with the scrapbook, look, these are people that he knew. He was collecting these articles. He was following this story, not because he was involved, but because he wanted to see what was happening, because Suge kept saying his name. And he put his book together based on all those articles, based on the books, based on the rest of it. So I think you don't know if he wrote this is not as strong of a tactic as, yeah, but he's just trying to make himself seem important. He's trying to talk about how much money he made. He's trying to talk about how much drugs he was running. He's just talking. Because he's definitely talking. We'll see. But I think trying to cut it both ways undermines the defense's argument, but not as much as the defendant's own words. And it's one thing seeing the defendant's words in print. It's another thing hearing him on interview after interview after interview. And the thing that has stayed consistent until that last interview that was going to be televised was his story of what went down the night that Tupac was shot. That story didn't start to shift until it was being put out in the public. So we'll see what happens after lunch. At least we're not just listening to hours and hours of the mumbling. That's helpful. I'm going to take a quick lunch break, not very long. We will ping you in the Lawnerd app. If you are a new Lawnerd, welcome. The Lawnerd app is free on iOS and Android. We will send you a notification saying we are back from lunch. I am going to be quick as I can, 5 minutes, maybe just a few more. I'm going for as quickly as I can because I want to see what happens this afternoon. And Griffin has told me that we need to watch another episode of Supernatural tonight. So I need to make sure that my court is done close to their court being done because I have been reminded by Griffin. So I will be back quickly. Go get some water, hydrate, get a snack, and we'll see you in just a few minutes. I'm going to put on our courts on break, and you'll hear this when I come back. So I'll be reminding you that we're back. Get the Lawnerd app, and I will see you in just a few minutes. Thank you, mods. Don't forget to hydrate Lawnerds. Thank you. And when we come back from lunch, we'll fly to Vegas. I totally forgot. I got all invested in where we were going with the first witness and then forgot. See you in a moment. Hey, Law Nerds, did you guys grab some water? Did you grab a snack? We ready? All right, let's get back to court, shall we? I'm gonna zoom us past the lunch break. We do not have very much zoom room today at all. So give me just one moment as I queue us up so that we are ready to go. Let me know what y'all grabbed. Some of you, we are in all different time zones. So some of you were like, no, it is bedtime. Some of you were like, no, it is lunchtime. Some of you were like, no, it is dinner time. So let me know what you grabbed. I grabbed some water. What do we today we have the raspberry nectarine. Why? Well, because we got the 3-pack at Costco, and there's always one flavor that I'm unfamiliar with, and I actually really like this one. So I've been really happy with it. Let's get back to court. We have not flown today. We have not zoomed to Vegas. So we're going to fly to Vegas and we're going to get right back to court. Sound good, everybody? We need our miles. We need our EDB air miles. Let's fly. And let's get back to court. I think the person that they are calling after lunch is their gang expert. There is a gang allegation in this case. The indictment says that the defendant is accused of killing Tupac, first-degree murder, use of a deadly weapon, with intent to promote, further, or assist a criminal street gang. That has definitions and code sections. The jury is going to have to find that this was part of gang activity. They also go on to say that he did so willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, knowingly, for the benefit of, at the direction of, or in affiliation with a criminal street gang, to wit, the South Side Compton Crips, which means they have to prove that the South Side Compton Crips are, in fact, a criminal street gang under the legal definition of criminal street gang. They also go on to say, which is the legally legal language, that the South Side Compton Crips, which has one of its common activities engaging in felonious criminal activities other than the conduct which constitutes the primary offense, which means they do other stuff than murder. The defendant with specific intent to promote, further, or assist the activities of the South Side Compton Crip gang with malice aforethought killed Tupac, a human being, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a firearm. And then it gets into the aiding and abetting language. So the criminal street gang language is in here too. And yes, they generally bring in an expert who is a gang expert in this particular criminal street gang. And then they have all the aiding and abetting, talking about whether the defendant is liable because he directly committed the crime or aided and abetted in the commission of the crime with the intent that the crime be committed by counseling, encouraging, hiring, commanding, inducing, or otherwise procuring the other to commit the crime. To wit, defendant obtained a firearm for the purpose of seeking retribution against Tupac and or Suge Knight while in a vehicle with Terrence Brown, aka Bubble Up, DeAndre Smith, aka Big Dre, Orlando Anderson, aka Baby Lane, did provide said firearm to DeAndre, Big Dre, and or Orlando Anderson with the intent that said co-conspirators commit the same crime, and or 3, pursuant to a conspiracy to commit this crime with the intent that the crime shall be committed. So those are the theories of liability. Gang allegation plus aiding and abetting plus agreement. So they can pick one. Ready? All right. Let's get back to court, shall we? All right.
We're on record in State versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jurors?
Not from the state.
Okay. And we have Mr. Ladd
Yes.
ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to delay for him. Perfect. All right, we'll get the jurors lined up and we'll bring them in. They are lined up? Okay, perfect.
Jurors are ready to go.
And just so I'm aware, 1 o'clock tomorrow is the plan?
Yes. 1 o'clock tomorrow. I think this is our last witness for today. I don't know how long it's going to take, but
Okay. So once I have them recess after this witness, we'll tell them to come back at 1 p.m. tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
The court will be handling calendar in the morning, so tomorrow will be a later day, 1 p.m. Pacific for court tomorrow.
Starting again on Thursday?
I thought the late start was Thursday this week.
If you guys are ready at that time. So
Is today Tuesday? I thought the late start was on Thursday this week, but they're going to late start tomorrow. And then I didn't hear the second question. I'm going to listen real quick to what she said, but it sounds like the prosecution might be wrapping up with their case.
that's the idea.
I want to hear that question again.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good.
And are we still starting again on Thursday?
That's the idea.
I think she said, are we still starting at noon on Thursday? And the court said that's the idea. So maybe a late start Thursday as well.
If you guys are ready at that time. So you guys can talk about it and let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, so scheduling. Okay. So we will be starting at 3 p.m., around 3 p.m., probably about 3:15 p.m. Central tomorrow. All right. Well, that answers that question, doesn't it? This whole trial. Emily, who's clicky-clacking on the keyboard? It's the judge. The judge is clicky-clacking at the keyboard. The judge also has a microphone right there. It's the little, like, UFO-looking red and black thing. That's the judge. Your Honor, we like your clicky-clacky keyboard. We've seen it used to great effect by other judges when they're mad at the attorneys. We've seen rage typing when they're mad at the attorneys. We haven't seen this judge rage type at the attorneys, but I dig it. I dig the clicky-clacky, but also that's the judge's microphone. Fair enough. All right. At least we're getting some questions answered this trial. Will the defendant's book be in evidence? Yes, in multiple versions. Who's typing on the keyboard? The judge. Not Judge Everett rage typing while the attorneys were pissing him off has got to be one of my favorite things ever. Really, truly. All right, jury's coming in.
Do the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, you may all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you liked lunch. We are still in the state's case in chief. Mr. Palal, you're standing up, so I assume you're calling your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. State calls Robert Ladd.
Robert Ladd or Lack? I couldn't tell which one. I'm just zooming.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
This is witness number 24. I think this is probably their gang expert.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Robert Ladd, RobertLadd.
You may proceed, Mr. Palal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ladd.
How you doing, sir?
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about your employment?
Yes, I'm retired now, but I was a police officer for 32 years.
And where did you start your career?
I started in 1983 when I was hired by the city of Compton.
Sir, you are really easy to understand, and I bet you are going to be really easy to understand at 1.25 speed while we go through background training and experience. Also, digging the vest. I dig the vest. All right. Started in city of Compton. I wonder if he ended up working then for LASD after Compton.
And what was your initial position with the city of Compton?
A patrol officer.
And then did you change positions at some point?
Yes, when I was a patrol officer for several years. And that really was my introduction into the world of the Crips and Bloods, because most of the radio calls that we got in Compton revolved around gang activity. So I got to learn there, the way they dressed, the territories, how to read graffiti. And then in 1988, I was promoted to the gang unit.
And for our edification, how big is Compton?
Compton's a 10 square mile city. It had a population of 100,000 people. And we had 55 active gangs in this little 10 square mile city.
Yep.
And it's fair to say that most of the gangs were affiliated either with the Crips or Blood or Mob and various subsets of those types of groups?
Yes, it was basically Crips, Pyrus, and Hispanic gangs.
Okay.
Mr. Palal, you've reminded me this may be a good time to read the Forest instruction.
You're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, federal convictions, as well as gang affiliation. These are not offered to show the defendant's propensity to commit crime or any other improper purpose, and you may not consider it for those purposes. It is only offered to establish the credibility of his prior statement, the statements made by defendant, motive, and identity. You may proceed, Mr. Palal.
I mean, also the gang allegation.
All right, and then tell us a little bit about your career in terms of, you said in 1983 you became a patrol officer and you were patrolling Compton, which had you responding to a lot of gang-related calls. Is that correct?
Yeah.
That's correct.
And then you ultimately go to the gang unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned a partner?
Yes, my partner was Tim Brennan.
And then who was the lieutenant in charge of the gang unit at the time?
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time
familiar
as
with
a
that
gang
name.
detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yeah.
Yes, when I got into the gang unit in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year,
Holy
hundreds
shit.
and hundreds of shootings. So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis and tried to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I could kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
And they'll actually, a lot of them will tell you what's going on. A lot of them will tell you what's going on with things. They'll tell you why the shootings happen. They won't tell you who's involved. They'll tell you why the shootings happen. They'll tell you who's beefing with who. A lot of them will have some level of conversation, at least in my experience, some level of conversation about what's going on. Now, if there's cops they don't like, or there's cops they think are fucking with them, or cops that are making it personal, they won't say shit to them. But if there's cops who are like, no, straight up, just tell us what's going on, they are generally like, you do your job, I do my job. It's like Keefe D the other day. When the prosecutor's like, he's just mad because I'm prosecuting him for murder. Keefe D's like, I'm not mad you're prosecuting me for murder. I'm mad that you keep putting my address out there. He's like, no, you're doing your job, I do my job. it really depends on how the officers interact with them based on they're really going to give the same energy back. So I know that might seem surprising, but when he's saying we would build a rapport, we would get to know people, we would talk to them about what was going on. Yeah.
Okay, so I mean, you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer or detective rolling through Compton and trying to start up a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Emily, just keep reading. Emily, just keep reading. Good question, counsel. Explain it to the jury.
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair.
Respect, right?
And you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana, we're not going to jam them up. We come up and we talk to them and say, "Man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff." And so over time, they say, "All right, this guy's pretty cool. We'll talk to him."
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie. Is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the Compton knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country, as well as around the world, to learn about the Crips and Bloods. And so we taught them about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year, and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related?
Where is the defense going? The defense is, I think, talking to his investigator, but I don't know if I've ever seen, without co-counsel there, I don't know if I've ever seen counsel just get up and just start, okay.
Shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides, too. And I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did
you got a lot of people at a shooting, and nobody managed to see anything. It just it's consistent, and it's frustrating when you have crimes that happen with a lot of people around and nobody saw anything.
Hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings. Did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Gang cases, they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where you're not supposed to talk to the police, you're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward, they're afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters. And so they're really hard. We really don't have any witnesses. So we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but is it fair to say that if somebody wants to, if a case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant? They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to?
It's a huge problem because people are like, look, I'll tell you on the low what happened, but I'm not going into court and saying that shit. So I'll tell you on the low, but I'm not saying shit. And they will not come to court and they will not say shit.
Come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background.
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating. So.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, and gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member.
Yeah, you're going to get killed.
You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about a gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about, I'm going to ask you about the South Side Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes, the South Side Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city. In their area, they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, blue, anything blue identifies him with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap, it had an S on it, and to them the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995 and 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Duane Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Right.
Now, what are the different levels
He's an OOG.
Of gangsters
And
in
Keefe D doesn't even want to beef with him. See, this is where it's a problem for Keefe D. It's better for Keefe D to beef with them and be like, nah, I wasn't that high up of a gang member. But Keefe D can't help himself. Keefe D is like, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, right. It's better for him to not be at the top of the gang, but he cannot stop himself because he's a OOG and he's a kingpin.
As high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside, or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG, or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining the gang. And usually, most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it's probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up. And he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these are the ages between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages. So they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members, and being lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that, a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase, and a lot of them are getting older now, and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect. Now they're the older gangsters. And these guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the OGs tell younger gangsters what to do,
they do it.
They do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just
gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Duane Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
You know what I approach?
He was an OOG. He was not a little G. He was a big G. The amount of gang members we dealt with in juvenile, it's it's frustrating, it's sad, but also kids don't get as much time. So they have youngsters doing all kinds of stuff.
If they don't listen.
Davis was a shot caller.
So they're talking about Keffe D being a shot caller.
All right, so you're saying that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the South Side Compton Crips.
Absolutely, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well,
he could call the shots.
He could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we were a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis.
Oh, he loves hearing that.
During my time in the gang, we were approached by two different agencies, the FBI task force, really, the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's...
And then they took that information and started picking them off one by one. They went down they went to the bottom of the food chain and then started flipping to get back to the top of the food chain. Keffe D's super pissed about it. He puts it in his book. Who's he run around with? Who's helping him? Who's selling for him? And they started at the bottom. Now we're here. They started at the bottom and then worked their way up the chain, including with C-Ray, who did some undercover buys on Keffe D that landed him in that interview with Kading.
Trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yeah, he's a male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it's either gray or black suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case.
He's like, okay.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal gangster attire, like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became the leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed. Have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well dressed.
Excuse me, sir. He was not a gang banger. He was a gangster. He was super fly.
Now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay, and can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner Tim Brennan and I, we were at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat, and we're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to the South Side Crip territory. And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We could hear them hitting our car.
Good Lord.
I heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shot stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where these shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people. And during their interviews, they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner. So they were automatically in the gang, and Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Okay.
Now, were you familiar? Well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Duane Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keefe's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keefe is what Mr. Davis went by?
Yeah, Keffe D.
Yeah, Keffe D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to Mr. Davis?
Yes, I kind of know by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes. Had many contacts with Mr. Brown. He was kind of an older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster
wobbler.
phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
That's the most California cop shit ever. He's kind of a wobbler. So in California, my context for wobbler, he's not talking like wobble baby, wobble. No, in California, when you have a crime that could be a felony or a misdemeanor, those are called wobbler. It's kind of like being in between the two things. So it sounds to me like he was in between the generations, like he wasn't an OG, but he wasn't one of the young guys putting in work. He was in between the two. He was a wobbler. That's fucking funny.
With Mr. Brown.
Love it.
He was kind of an older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
Right.
And
He
I
was
guess
between the two.
in the mid '90s, what phase or what level would you say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then, did he go by any nicknames that you're aware?
He was a little old to be putting in work, but he was still putting in work.
Orlando Anderson.
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then, were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith. Many contact with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a South Side Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man, and he was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
The names aren't that creative.
Were you also familiar with
His name was DeAndre. And
gang
he was
called
big.
Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city. Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Pirate. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory, so they started a Mob Pirate, which stands for...
They started their own line. They branched off from the main line, and they started their own set.
For members of Bloods.
They probably had an issue with management. Right.
Now, their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang. Also, and they identify themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare-up between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, but even before any of the...
Counsel, you're making it sound like herpes. It just flared all up. It's never going away. Counsel, it was a gang war. It was more than a flare-up.
Music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and Southside Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
And were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to...
Excuse me, did you know that Keefe D in fact started Death Row Records and in fact knew... He is the origin story for all of rap music. Counsel, you got to ask the questions.
His ascension in Death Row Records.
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the Mob Piru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Do you recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Piru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the Mob Piru, Looters Park Piru. He had two younger brothers, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the Mob Pirus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find the Mob Piru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
James, where your brother at?
States Exhibit 60.
Not Baby Lane.
Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Piru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Piru.
No, actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
So like the middle, most violent level.
Yes.
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
Definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then in, you had mentioned
Which is why he was running
Buntry. Is that
security.
Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s,
Fifth
what
Row.
level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you, now in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Very, yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Well, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now,
because he got injured. Reggie Wright was like, well, I knew I was getting my my medical retirement, so I decided to start my own security company. He was medically retired.
I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then
it's I don't mean it in jest when we talk about it being Hamilton, where somebody disrespecting you is literally worth dueling, but same. The weapons are different, the slights are different, the language is different, but same.
If somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
They have to retaliate. If a gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate, or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect and credibility.
And what's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility?
Then you have to fight your way back to gain it again.
I mean, no.
Or you get
you're going to be
ostracized.
nothing in that game, really.
Yeah.
And then we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's
It's
several
in
miles
Lakewood.
out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate?
No.
But
yeah, but you got to know what's going on. So I am sure he heard all about it because you got to know what's going on because it's going on with people in his. You got to know what's going on.
As a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So them to try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be a major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to Mob Piru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And
honestly,
you had said that
I thought for half a second he was going to say on like Donkey Kong, and I was like, and we're all the way back in the 90s, but he was just saying it's on, and I was like, my brain just filled in the phrasing, but chat's like, me too. It was the way he said it. Oh, chat's like same. Okay, right? He was like, it's on.
Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is
It's
going to
on
happen.
like on
And
site.
you had said that
That's what he said.
We're talking about the chain. We're talking about that Death Row chain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that
We have pictures
they
of
were
that.
wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight, that's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in 95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, like just,
Suge Knight's basically the Kathy Hilton right? It's like, what did Suge get you for Christmas? We all got these chains. This was the Christmas gift. This is the party everybody wanted the invite to. It was the thing. Right.
Trayvon, Neckbone, Buntree, they gave one to Reggie Wright Jr.
And yes,
so not too many people had him at this
is
time. So
the
it was a
dude's
prized possession to these guys.
gang name.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You're aware you become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
I bet he
How
was
do you become
immediately
aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home, and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr., and he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition, and get ready because it's coming back to Compton.
Because it's on.
He told me that they thought the South Side Crips were responsible.
When was this call? When was this call? Because this would have been before anybody even got back from Vegas. The Reggie Wright Sr. was already like, hey. Because remember, Orlando Anderson getting jumped, the video was, and that was known that evening. So before anybody even gets back from Vegas, the cops were also just like, hey, Suge and Pac got shot. Brace yourself.
Senior. And
wow.
He tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition, and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the South Side Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this? Or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Get your vest.
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the Mob Piru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And there was one.
Was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Alondra Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in the crossfire, and she was hit, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a Southside Crip member, and again, he was a shot caller for the Southside Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Duane Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions.
Was he Burris?
There was a group called the Burris Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that
okay, so they're different down lines. If we're gonna go with that analogy, there is a Burris Street crew and then the Glencoe Street crew. And Keefe D was the head of one crew. This is the head of the other crew.
Point, there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization.
Yes, they used to be one big happy family.
Money.
But there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burris Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Piru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Piru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
3 murders, 10 attempt murders in 10 days. Right.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius, but during this particular heightened sense of violence, that what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Piru and South Side Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible because the Mob Piru had to retaliate and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no.
And Southside Crips was a bigger gang than Piru. They had more members. So Piru's going after a larger gang. Why would they do that? Well, who knew that Keffe D was involved? Suge. Because he fucking saw him. Why did they go directly after Southside? Because Suge saw him. Right.
No doubt in mind he was responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October...
He spells it out really cleanly, though. Why did they just go directly after Southside?
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible because the Mob Piru had to retaliate and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no doubt in mind he was responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant.
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had two purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members, and so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department...
So they went to hit both sides, and if you hit that many houses in raids, you're also going to get a fair few weapons off the street, which might be helpful. But you're going to need to get a fair few weapons off the street, and in those raids, you're going to get some weapons off the street. So they were planning on hitting raids on both sides.
In their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believe this search warrant might help Metro in its investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicide is when we did the search warrant, we find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that...
Then you can have a little bit of chit-chat. You got everybody. You can have a little bit. You can have a little bit of... We need to have a chitty-chat, guys. We can have a little chat. We need to chat.
Were involved, like that we heard about that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them, so that's how we helped them.
So the search warrant serves two purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose, or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent 2 detectives.
And now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take this guns off the street for the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
Chad, if you were listening on background, the defense attorney, as soon as the prosecutor moved, the defense attorney's face is just facing. Come on back and watch real quick as the prosecution moves. The defense is just like, he looks a bit deflated.
In war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered?
Wait. Hold on.
For the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for...
Yep, that's me. You're probably wondering how I got here. Oh, man. Yep. Poor defense. It's just, this is a tough witness. This is a tough witness for the defense.
Or the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well.
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
You know, I'm actually going to approach with State's proposed exhibit number 161.
You may.
Sorry, that was too funny. I had to pause it. It was just too funny. He just looks despondent.
I'm showing you what's proposed State's exhibit number 161.
I gotta get my glasses on.
No problem.
He's wanting to talk about sharks doing shark things.
Okay.
Are you looking at who's sneezing? Keefe D's like, don't get me fucking sick. Not the sharks and the jets. He wants to literally sharks doing shark things.
Okay.
Do you recognize what State's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search
Didn't
warrant?
161 already come in?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared. Well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
Oh, this might be a different one.
Did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes.
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
Definitely, yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, State's going to move State's proposed exhibit 161 to evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Snap?
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the South Side Crips when it came to trying to stop this war, stop this violence.
There has been that
Is it fair to
allegation.
say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with South Side Crips houses?
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that it is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And
That's
to
a lot of
include
search warrants.
members of Mob Piru and South Side Compton Crips?
Yes.
Now,
It's a lot of search warrants.
Commissioner Butcher?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses,
Lyndon said, I don't envy whomever was on warrant duty for that one. I wonder if they were dealing directly with the one of the gang prosecutors. I would imagine that one of the gang prosecutors, and then they took them all to the same judge all in one go. But I imagine that there would have been a specially assigned prosecutor involved at that point to review all the warrants, but maybe not. That would be my guess, though. And yes, the LA DA's office has specially assigned gang prosecutors in almost every single courthouse, and they only handle gang homicides. So the gang unit only handles gang homicides because there are that many. The line DAs handle the other gang cases, attempted murder, everything else. There are gang unit members that deal with like the really big narcotic operations and wiretaps and things like that. But generally the gang prosecutors deal only with homicides or with specialty prosecutions like massive wiretap operations that are taking down the entirety of a kind of a line, etc. So yeah, the specialty gang prosecutors, just homicides, the other line prosecutors, everything else. I don't know if that's the case in other jurisdictions. I don't know if other jurisdictions need multiple prosecutors only handling gang homicides in in all of their courthouses. I don't know if other jurisdictions have that many homicides. LA is a big county.
is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Duane Davis's house and Duane Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move State's Exhibits 162 and 163 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All right, these are the search warrants.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to State's Exhibit 162. Can you push that?
Yeah, you just want me to point the address, that right?
he doesn't want the address to be shown. That's what the defense is saying to the prosecution.
Jessica, maybe take it off me while it comes up so we can avoid the address itself.
Even though it's been displayed.
The fourth page, please.
Since,
Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the...
in the last search warrant.
Second page first.
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but
I relate
do
to
you
readers,
recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
It's true.
Yes.
K-Con said, carefully,
And,
DB,
fair to
you're
say
starting
they
to
were,
sound like
mem-
Keefe. I laid the footwork for the gang ADAs at the biggest gang county. Yeah, no, I think Keefe D probably was the head of the gang unit at the LADA's office and taught them everything that he knows, because he actually created gangs, and he actually created that. So yeah, he probably was also a gang prosecutor on the side, because Keefe D invented laws as we know them. This is the individuals located within the residence that they are searching. And so this is going to be on page 2 or 3 of the search warrant that they're showing. They didn't publish the address based on the defense's previous objections.
Members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
It's so annoying that it doesn't say what hotel. One Compton Municipal Court subpoena. One empty envelope. 3 LA Cellular envelopes. Bills and miscellaneous paper. Why did they take bills? To prove who's at the house. 1 notebook. The court subpoena, same. 1 hotel receipt.
Correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is 1 Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Please tell me we have some of these things, or at least photocopies of some of these things in these search warrants. Please.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 163. If we can take it off us for a second.
Are we on 1.25? We are on 1.25. Okay, counsel. Well, you're flipping through papers.
Half a second here. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
To page 3.
Y'all need a Post-it note. Did nobody grab a Post-it note over lunch? Just put a Post-it note over the address. Then it's redacted for the public. The jury can still see it.
State's Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes.
And who's that?
Myself.
And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the other is an envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
Yes.
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
Yes.
And all these 3 items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
You're right, Chad. Keefe D did invent the Post-its. But I'm not sure if Keefe D invented the Post-its or he invented a certain type of glue that actually makes the Post-it sticky. Could be one or the other, but
Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have, for Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then
receipt from the
Excalibur. Part of the reason why
Excalibur.
you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur.
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
I guess this one's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt.
I'm going to put this at 1x speed because what this detective just said is it puts Keffe D in Vegas. Hotel receipt from Orlando Anderson for the Excalibur. Hotel receipt at Keffe D's house for the Monte Carlo.
Why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur.
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
I guess in this one's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt, a hotel receipt that was collected. Is that fair?
Yes.
That was the one from the Monte Carlo. He's like, damn, receipts, timelines, screenshots, fucking everything. Prosecution's showing defense what he's going to publish to the jury.
Yeah, I'm going to approach, I'm going to show you states 160. And we're not going to talk about the addresses specifically, but the two addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis.
Mr. Anderson.
One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
They're next door to each other.
Evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Also, while Keffe D wants to fight about the addresses not being in the book, he talks about where everybody was and what they did in his book. So I understand him saying, I don't want my addresses shown in court, but also he talks about it in his book a lot.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrant, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
I do.
But with regard,
he wrote it in his book that his homie was coming home from work early morning hours and rolled up to his house and knocked on the door. Hey, Keffe D, the fucking feds and a shit ton of cops are down at the donut shop. And he said, oh shit, really? Yeah. So he grabbed his shoes, got in his homie's car, went to the metro station, and bounced out to Grape Street territory in Watts. He said he missed it by 5 minutes. I don't know if that timing is true, but he was not there. He was hiding out in Jordan Downs.
to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yeah.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that questioning?
I'm gonna bet that's a
Not
no.
that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. During, you were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
No.
So, were you responsible for the investigation to Christopher Wallace?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Wallace?
Yes.
And why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan, the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were. And we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting ready to. They were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So, like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and South Side Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glencoe Street crew on the South Side Compton Crips, that they had started engaged in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the South Side Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals, or those two functions, part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now,
I mean, if you're the Glencoe set of the South Side Crips and y'all start getting shot at because of what the Burris crew did, do you think you would have a little beef too? What the fuck you mean you all shot Tupac? Because we're all going to catch this heat too. You think you would be pissed? I can understand why they're pissed. Right. Because they were getting shot at for something they weren't a part of. And I wonder if the Glencoe set thought that the Burris set got money. I wonder.
To show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes. This is a search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search you did on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
Page 4 of 136.
It's not actually 136, but it is. Just give me a second.
I don't know what they're doing.
We're just pulling that up.
Sure. All right, we're going to zoom.
And trying to figure out how to make the zoom work on this.
He's like, can we make it bigger? This is from a 1997 search warrant after the shooting of Biggie, is my understanding. And I think this is the one that we saw before. Maybe not. This shit is just hard to read.
The zoom tool's not working.
The 9
We're
photographs.
going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up there. But I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
A money due bill for the Monte Carlo casino.
And now I'm confused because I thought this search warrant was closer in time, but this one's from the 27th of May, 1997. So this one has the money due bill from the Monte Carlo. I'd really want to see the date on that because, I mean, he could have gone to Vegas anytime between September 1996 and May 1997.
Now, in relation to this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So, like, if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search.
Well, believed to be related, yeah.
Now, I am going to ask you, did you spend...
I hope we have it. I'd like to see it. I don't know if we do.
You said you had worked at Compton till about... How long? Actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
He already said till 2000.
From 1983 to 2001. I'm sorry, 2000.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
That's not exactly what happened.
Did you stay with? Did you sign on to the
whale
LA Sheriff's
sharks
Office
doing
after that?
whale shark things.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. If you want.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other.
Oh my God, counsel. It wasn't you yesterday that was stepping on the witness and fighting with them. Ugh.
Compton police officers stayed with the LA
I'm
Sheriff's
going to put
Office.
this back at 1.25.
Oh, go ahead.
Go ahead. If you want.
Okay.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. Do you recall how many of the
All right, 1.25 works for me. Hopefully it works for you.
hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the Sheriff's Department.
Almost everybody.
Now, you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I lateraled over to an agency, Garden Grove PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
Oh, don't underestimate Garden Grove, sir. Garden Grove's got its shit too. Don't. Just because it says garden in the name, look, Garden Grove, Hawaiian Gardens, just because it says garden doesn't mean, okay. I'm curious to see what this witness says about Garden Grove.
PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes. It's still a busy city, but it wasn't nothing like Compton.
And then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and Crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Oh, yeah. I'd forgotten about one of the...
To be fair, nothing is going to be like Compton during that time period. Compton, Watts, South Central. Nothing's going to be quite like that area in the mid-90s. But also...
murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
No problem.
One of the people that was shot was a man
unmatched.
by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Is that fair?
Yes.
What year?
Where did Bobby Finch live in relation to Corey Edwards?
Next door.
Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
This is C. Ray's next door neighbor. Right.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
South Side Crips.
And do Bobby Finch and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they did.
That sucks.
Steel pass witness.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before?
That sucks. I'm going to slow this down as we get to cross-examination. The illusion looms that Corey Edwards, C. Ray's neighbor, was killed, and C. Ray and his neighbor looked alike, and that was a mistaken hit meant for C. Ray. Now, Keffe D has a lot of words for C. Ray in his book. Most of them are, you're wrong for that. C. Ray did the undercover buys, it seems, at least in Keffe D's opinion, that landed him squarely in the clutches of the task force that Dupree was a part of. C. Ray did the buy with the 1 kilo of cocaine, I think it was, and a gallon of PCP, or 2 kilos of cocaine and a gallon of PCP. That witness. Sorry, if your devices are going off because of the way I say C. Ray, I apologize. Mine did too.
Before we get into cross, seeing no hands, Mr. Stamp. Oh, okay.
Somebody, Mr.
You're
Sam.
good?
Are we taking a restroom break?
Restroom. Okay, perfect. All right. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise for the jury.
All right. I'm going to zoom. So what did you guys think of the testimony? Interesting? Learn something new, or just like, yep, that's what I thought that was. Why do we need the gang testimony? There are gang allegations in this case. You need to establish that the South Side Compton Crips were a gang. I'm surprised that the detective didn't ask about the type of crimes that they were involved in, because it's an element they have to prove. It seems like the prosecutor skipped over some of the key aspects of that. I mean, they did talk about the gang being involved in drug crimes and street level crimes. They didn't get more in depth with it, but then the things they need to prove in Vegas and the things that you prove in California are just, they might be different. I'm just surprised that we didn't see some of those questions asked. What was happening during that time and his knowledge of it, because he was right there in the middle of it, and how violent it was back and forth, and when the first shooting happened, is stuff that's not super well documented by Keffe D. I think he was probably trying to keep his head down, but also law enforcement was like, and then this was the first shooting, and then. So, and Keffe D obviously knows who this dude is, right? He's in court looking at him.
Back on record in State versus Davis.
He looked at me, and I looked at him. Right.
77407. Anything we need to address outside?
Emily, this cop was shot at after getting his food out of a drive-thru. Are we really singing stuck in the drive-thru? They survived.
The presence before we bring the jury in.
Top of the stage. No, you're not.
Okay, let's bring him in. Randy. Not ready yet.
I guess we should stand.
Jury's coming in. I'm going to zoom while the jury comes in, and we're going to get to cross-examination. Hopefully we ask about more than reports, because there's a lot of information this detective has.
Right, we're on cross. So whenever you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
Mr. Ladd, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Counsel, really?
Now, during your time in Compton, seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
It was hot.
There's a movie called, I think.
Not in the Paris Hilton sense of that's hot. It's not that.
End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what there was out there.
Objection, relevance.
Any of the LVMPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know. I'm trying to figure out. There's another one out there besides End of Watch.
Why don't you go ask the LA County lifeguards if they watch Baywatch? Unless he's a consultant on set, how the fuck is this relevant?
But you share basically your experience working as a
Wasn't City of
Compton
Lies
police officer
based on
to the
this
time
whole
you started
thing?
working as a detective.
Why are we not asking about that
In
movie?
a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition.
Oh, he wrote a book. I'm adding his book to the book club. I'm adding his book to the book club immediately.
In a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
I'm adding it to the book. That book's going on the book list. How many books are we up to? We're up to like 7 books. We've got a very substantial reading list.
In the book,
I'm reading his.
I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right? In the book, you guys, Tim and Bob, we did this. Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that was
like Silent Bob, or
a book that I would think that you would be proud of. The work that you put into it.
I'll make a list of the books we've talked about in this case.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us. And this.
Though I'm torn on some of these books because I don't necessarily. I'm going to make a list for you guys to keep an eye out when you are buying your books secondhand, because I cannot, in good conscience, and I don't know this gentleman's book. I have not heard of it, but I'm torn about Keffe D's book and sending anyone to send money to Keffe D, and I am torn about Kading's book and sending anyone money to Kading. And I'm also torn about authors having their work just ripped and put on the internet for free. So I will make a list of the books that have been referenced for you to do what you will and see if you can find them when you are out at your local little library or the thrift shop, and I will add it. So this guy wrote a book with his partner called Once Upon a Time in Compton. But yes, I will make a list of the books that have been mentioned.
Jury today.
Kindle Unlimited, I like that idea.
Accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And
Was
you
the book
would have taken
dramatized?
great pains to make sure that that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
Meaning, for instance, if you read something in the book.
Like your client's book? Like your client's book?
It wasn't accurate and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right, I don't remember that, and there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017?
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton.
Before Keffe D's book, after Kading's book.
In what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. And there's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
yeah.
Like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to a search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories.
Right.
But most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa, and you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is it's teamwork between you and Tim and Lolita.
He has defense counsel is now holding up the book I've called Once Upon a Time in Compton, and it looks like counsel has spent some time annotating his book or his copy of this book. I'm putting this back at 1.25 speed. I don't think we've gotten to a place where we need to slow it back down. Okay, continuing on.
Writing the book for you.
It's a collaboration.
Collaboration. Okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
We got Lolita files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and so
she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
Right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book?
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was?
Why is this relevant?
She had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip-hop scene. So when we got together, we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
Who the fuck cares?
And was she working as a journalist?
Counsel, I don't give a shit if she was a journalist. She wrote the book. They told her the story. She wrote the book. Who gives a fuck?
Journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and
there's
pictures of you with darker hair and less.
No, you don't have the rapport with this witness to comment on that man's well-earned gray hairs.
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no much facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young.
Hey, counsel, you have not earned the rapport with this witness. And also, if you want to earn the rapport with this witness, say, is this a photo of you as a newer officer? Let him make the joke. The rudeness is absolutely unnecessary and kind of awkward and weird. You haven't earned that with him. And also, somebody like Poot could kind of pull this off. So there's a photo of a handsome young man in here with a few less gray hairs. Is that you? I remember that used to be me too. It's not going to work right, counsel.
Police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period.
Not in evidence.
The reader could see visually
not relevant.
Right? Correct. Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture. Let's see. The picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. You recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
Your client put the federal sentencing guidelines in his book. What the fuck does it matter? Are you just proving that he gave the photos for the book? This isn't an evidence. It's not necessary. Is there something in the book that undermines his credibility as a witness? Because if so, can we get to that?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs for the jury, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many...
It's not an evidence.
Different.
You used like 4 different kinds of tabs to annotate this book and to post it.
Areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. In addition to
There was
that,
no,
you also included in here
cohesiveness with
the
those
affidavit,
post-its.
the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of the information in here is redacted, meaning it's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here for to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available.
The question insinuates that there's trouble to be had, though. A lot of you are asking me, why is the prosecution not objecting? Because if your opposition is punching themselves in the face, you just let them keep going. Why would they object? They can see the jury. I think the jury is sitting there going, this is the same way we are.
Black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here for to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that...
I'm not trying to get anyone in trouble, but this book was available for anyone to buy and read it. I think he's trying to lay the groundwork that his client's book is full of bullshit. And his client could have easily read this book and cobbled together information, though the information in this book's not in evidence. So the jury's not going to know what that is unless he asks about it.
Did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay, and what do you mean at the beginning?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized, and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it.
And it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps.
They had somebody
I'm
to
not
do
very
it.
good on the computer. I know how to turn them off, and I know how to turn them on.
Well, let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes a platform that sells the book.
Yes.
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
Correct.
Now it's.
Are you cross-examining the gang detective on how Amazon works? Are you going to ask him if your client invented Amazon? Because if that's not where we're going, counsel, I don't know what we're doing. Also, I've now been distracted by the beard at the back of the courtroom. The line on that thing is fucking amazing. He's damn. Look at that thing. I am distracted by the beard at the back of the courtroom. Look, man. That's a good beard. All right. We're now explaining to the jury how Amazon works. All of you are like, no, counsel's doing research to release his own book. Fair. Fair.
At some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes.
And how much money you and Tim and Lolita would potentially be making for the salvage book.
Correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the salvage book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes. You don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, you remember how much they cost?
Well, depending on how the Compton PD retirement worked and whether it rolled into the retirement for the LA sheriffs and whether that rolled into the retirement, which it wouldn't have because Orange County is a separate county. He has at least 2 retirements. And if he did any military service before that, which is not uncommon, he might also have a military retirement. So he's probably covered in that regard.
How much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Who cares?
Right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. Do you recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, we recovered that out of Suge Knight's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me do this quick here. If I could approach.
Well, we definitely know Suge was in Vegas that night.
Okay. What is the next order, Justine?
This cross-examination is less leading than the direct examination. It's just all open-ended questions.
Is it B? Okay, got it. It'll be in there.
Just.
Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
I just need to say first.
Oh.
No objection.
So
Just.
you may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book showing you what's been marked as BB?
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon-Tyson fight?
Yes.
On September 7th, 1996?
Yes.
And that ticket stub was located in Suge Knight's house?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Is anyone confused that Suge was in Vegas that night?
publishing for the jury here so they can see. You recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton, as well as gather information.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular ticket, though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers conducting all the searches at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred.
And yes, at the top of this ticket, it does say Don King Productions, Inc. It also puts the value of the ticket at $1,000. And what else? September 7th, 1996. And MGM, name of the fight, The Championship Part 2.
In September.
Yes.
So, with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Selden Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
It wasn't part of our investigation, though. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right. So let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So, in terms of the actual murder investigation itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes.
And so, which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
Not necessarily, but most of them did.
Yeah. And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations, you had invited the detectives that were assigned to the Metro homicide investigation here to come out to Compton to be present so that they can interview people if they wanted to.
Correct.
All right. And so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
I mean, they already have.
Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were.
Also, I don't think Suge paid for the tickets because they were ringside because Death Row and Tupac had put out the walkout song. Neither here nor there. But there's lots of things that are going to document that Suge was in Vegas. A, the photo that we saw. B, probably the hospital records because he was taken by ambulance to the hospital after this. I don't know why we're worried about the fight ticket.
Receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh. I think the state had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you guys put up for that?
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations. The two are up there.
Okay. Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's education.
Counsel,
State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
What?
What do you mean by that?
Well, meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
Well, no, that document wasn't bigger. There's individual search warrants for each location. You mean there were multiple documents? What do you... That's a weird question.
Yeah. And then with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here. Looks like was a let's see here.
Oh,
in State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt.
Keefe D's search warrant was the biggest search warrant ever in the history of the world. Right. Keefe D's search warrant was the biggest search warrant to ever exist. Bigger than Brendan Banfield's cookies. That's my bad, chat. Yeah. No larger search warrant has ever been served.
Right. Yes. Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show, this is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel receipt that's on there is one of the items that was taken from this.
I was just moving the closed caption to see if this was the page that they didn't want to show because the address was on it, because I would have thought that was funny. This says hotel receipt.
Particular property, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
That's a good question.
So unlike, for instance, the Suge Knight
It took so
ticket
long to get
indicating
there.
that there was a fight and so forth in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. This indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was.
Can we follow up on that? I really want follow up on that. Can we follow up on where it is, where it might be, where it could have gone, who would have it, what anybody did to look for it?
There was a letter from the Excalibur Casino and so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. And just for the jury's edification here. So it looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken. Correct?
The property receipt.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have to be the same day the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no.
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it's booked into.
He's now trying to cover up the address with a pen. Some of you were saying that the date of the letter was on. I don't see the date of the letter on there. He was talking about the dates of the search warrants. It says letter from Excalibur Casino. It has the address on the Excalibur to Orlando Anderson, and then the address of Orlando Anderson, the address that Keffe D said he wanted kept out. And then it has another letter, the next door address. There's 1405 and 1409, the next door address. And then there's another envelope. He's using his pen to block that address, but there's 2 addresses above and 1 below. This is the sheet that the prosecution didn't show because there were addresses on it that the defense is now publishing to the jury and everybody else with the addresses on it.
Document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it's booked into property. So.
Right. And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
There it is.
None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Duane Davis, fair?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either of the 2 residences in this case, did you find any indication at all, any MGM grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight, anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in
It
addition
took a
to that,
long
we
time to
talked
get
a
to
little
that
bit about
point.
the second search warrant. And the second search warrant, thank you, is this one here, State's Exhibit 136. Okay. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, at the time it's executed, is it confidential or sealed?
Sometimes, yes.
In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon the search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at?
Yes.
It would be unsealed at that point?
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997.
on this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes.
This is the 1997 search warrant of a Keefe D property. This is the one with the Monte Carlo money due bill. The bill from the Monte Carlo.
Once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September.
There were phone records and other items from casinos put in at the very beginning of this trial. I just don't remember all of which casinos they were from, but I imagine if they connect, the prosecution will connect them probably at closing because they're in evidence at this point, but not through this witness.
For 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Diddy Combs. Remember that line of questioning from the state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, if you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
And in addition to that, though, you would have identified it and you would have called Metro and say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here. And I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did. I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport?
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like, his size as well?
Yeah. He's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy? I'm sorry?
I don't know about that, but...
So it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
Right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown,
I don't know why it matters. I don't know why Terrence Brown Bubble Up's height matters.
You are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in 2015?
Yes.
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So, based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996 or 7?
No.
Okay. In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regard to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right. And as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution or revenge for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Now, Orlando is the one who passes away relatively quickly after the shooting.
Yes, approximately a year and a half.
Right. And in terms of how he passes, he was shot and killed?
Yes. You want me to tell you what happened?
Please.
Orlando Anderson was with his best friend, Michael DeRoe. They were at a burger stand in Compton. And across the street from the burger stand, there was a car wash. Orlando Anderson recognized the people at the car wash. There was 3 people sitting in the car, and he recognized one of them that owed him money for some narcotics that he didn't pay him for. So Orlando Anderson took it upon himself, and he initiated the confrontation. He drove up to the car, and he exited with a gun. However, one of the persons in the other car, they had a gun too, so they had a shootout at the car wash. And then when the smoke cleared, Orlando Anderson was killed during the shootout, as well as 2 other people in the other car were killed.
And in terms of the 2 other people in the other vehicle, were they both Crips?
Yes.
So it wasn't a blood on Crip sort of shootout?
No.
It was just over money and drugs?
Yes.
Now, we've had some discussion here about Darnell Brin. And you're familiar with Darnell Brin?
Yes.
And the way I'm understanding this is that within the South Side Crips, you had 2 different factions.
Correct.
You had the Glencoe faction with Darnell Brin.
Yes.
And then you had the Burr Street faction.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 different factions that we have here, the Burr Street faction was a faction that was dealing with the drugs, mostly?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of the Burr Street faction, that they deal in drugs?
That was one of the things that they were involved in, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the other faction, we talked a bit about Darnell Brin. He was a shot caller.
Correct.
And he was a violent person.
He had the potential of being a violent person, yes.
Well, you recall in your book describing him as a very violent person?
I don't recall that, but if it's in there, it's what I said.
Okay. And once again, it would have been something that if it wasn't true in your book, you would have corrected it.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't a violent person.
What did I say?
Definitely had the potential to be a violent person.
Right. He had the potential to be, he could do violent things. Okay. And counsel, are you trying to show that the way that people get to be the ones calling the shots is through violence? Because same to your dude.
And isn't it fair to say, though, like even in your book, that you describe him as being someone that was implicated in some attempt murders, that kind of thing as well?
Absolutely.
Darnell Brin.
Yeah.
Now, Darnell Brin is shot in the back how many days after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
2.
And with regards to the shooting in the back, do you know who shot him in the back?
No.
Okay.
We were told it was Firearms, though.
Right. And would that fall more into the idea of what you're saying about retaliation in this case?
Yes.
Now, there are other people that potentially were considered.
I actually see where he's going with this. I just wish he would have started with this line of questioning because we are so far down in the afternoon. But I see where he's going with this. Part of where I think defense is going to go is someone else was responsible for this. No retaliation came to Keefe D's door, Orlando Anderson's door, Bubble Up's door, or Big Dre's door. Big Dre died of medical complications. Orlando Anderson died in a dispute over drugs and money. Bubble Up passed away later. Keefe D wasn't killed. So they were going after the other shot caller. They're going after the other dude. They're not retaliating at the 4 in the car. So it's really not this group of Southside Crips. It's the other group of Southside Crips. That's where he's trying to go, passing the buck. Yeah, it was Southside Crips, but it wasn't Keefe D's set of Southside Crips. I don't think that's gonna work. But at least it is a point to argue. I just wish he had gotten there way sooner. Because going around and around with this dude's book and how much he sells it for on Amazon and how you self-publish on Amazon isn't the point. This is the point. They retaliated against all these other people. Fine.
I think including the initial investigation here as being part of the Tupac murder. Do you recall a person by the name of Noel Spank Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And he is also a Southside Crip member, part of the Glencoe crew.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall a person by the name of Jerry Monk Bond?
Yes.
All right. Once again, part of the Glencoe crew.
Correct.
And then also Orlando Anderson.
Correct.
Okay. So those individuals at some point were considered to be potentially involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you had conducted the searches on Mr.
Other people were initially considered as possibly being involved in this. Okay.
Davis's home and the locations that we're at, did you ever find money?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No vast sums of money for somebody making 20% of $4 million a month?
No.
How about expensive clothes, like stuff that was worth, suits worth $6,000, anything like that?
I don't recall the clothing that was inside.
Yeah, but in terms of, just information about the individual's living conditions, for instance, did you find any expensive cars that he owned or anything like that? Besides the lowriders and stuff that people put a lot of work into.
Well, them are expensive cars to me, so yes, we did.
And when you say lowriders, are we talking about lowriders here or BMWs?
Monte Carlos, hydraulics, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. And in terms of the Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of a what they call a lowrider club in Compton.
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay.
There was a
business.
Compton Hydraulics.
Let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that,
rolling down the street in my 6'4". Fine. But this is going to, I think, my guy's bullshitting. He's making millions a month. You found no cash? He says he's flossing Versace. You didn't find any Versace. He's talking about his Gucci shoes. You didn't see any Gucci shoes. He's not rolling around shitter. If counsel had cut out the first half of his cross and gotten right into this, it might have had more emphasis, but we'll see. But I think these are fair questions. You guys hit his houses. No money, no fancy clothes, no fancy cars. He wasn't as big of a deal as he thinks he is I think what counsel's going to argue down the road. I mean, Keefe D does say in his book that he kept his money out of town, but...
Going back to your book, do you have anything in here, like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there is anything like that, would that help your recollection?
Honestly, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it would be a big warrant.
He's asking you for the copyright disclaimer so you don't get sued for defamation.
You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
And would it be... Have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kading's book, Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Kading was?
He was an LAPD sergeant.
It's interesting that he says was. It's my understanding that Kading is still alive. I was double checking to see if we were on 1.25 speed because we're still on... We're on 1.25.
Any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of Tim Brennan was part of that along with Mr. Kading.
Correct.
Right.
It's fair. He was LAPD. He's
we had
no
shared a little bit about
LAPD.
the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I can call it to absorb or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
I'm waiting for counsel to say blurp.
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened that I can explain it to you.
Yes, I would love to hear it.
I mean, obviously,
Tell
there's
us
a lot
everything.
of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so, in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time, was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI, and he blamed our chief. Right, so what
Reggie
he did
Wright,
is he
Sr.
put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave, and he made some allegations of missing narcotics. Okay. Now these guys were 2 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor.
Oh boy.
And this really pissed the mayor off.
Yep.
And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now there was long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our 2 captain and chief were exonerated. There was a 60-page report on it, and it was resulted in one Hispanic narcotic officer was taking the narcotics and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is, we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted, so everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton anymore. You got reassigned to another city?
No, he stayed in Compton
No, I
with
stayed
LA
in the city of
sheriffs.
Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then, while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right?
Correct.
And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance, right?
Yeah.
And that would also include how a person dressed. We talked a little about that. Like, for instance, even like the way a person dresses in blue, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
No.
no. All right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of the gang?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously he's associated with the mob, with the death row label.
Correct.
And he was also at that particular point hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru.
Correct.
Suge
as
was
well
also
as other people who were.
Suge was also an associate. I don't know if Suge was ever actually a Mob Piru member, but if Tupac was a Piru gang member, there would never be a photo of him with a blue bandana tied on his head. That photo would not exist. So associated with through death row, fine, but gang member, no. And we also see Keefe D talking about that in his interview from yesterday. It's an interesting cross-examination to juxtapose Keefe D basically saying that Tupac was messing with stuff he didn't understand and was playing at being a gangster. That's what we heard from Keefe D yesterday. So it's interesting to juxtapose it with this detective saying, I mean, basically what Keefe D was saying is accurate.
Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes, his entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay, but you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member?
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg?
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre?
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Eazy?
He wasn't associated with that record label. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money, right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time.
Well, Mob James is a different
Did Mob
story.
James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for any violence because he was in jail when I was most of the time that I was in patrol.
Did you investigate Mob James? No, he was in prison that whole time. He was away. I didn't he was away when we investigated.
And in the gang unit, and I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he was already older. And he didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
And they were right.
Yes.
Now, you
were
shared
right.
with us a little bit of how this worked. You were asleep in bed, and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall if I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you received the call from Reggie Wright Sr.?
A bright white moon.
I don't recall it. A long time ago.
Okay. But what would have been still that evening or that night?
Yes.
Not the next morning or anything like that? And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you had also mentioned that there was this retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Brim's was the first shot fired between the Mall of Piru and the South Side Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after Darnell, who was the next person shot?
I believe it was the next day at 713 North Bradfield. I believe 2 people were shot, and that's in Piru territory.
Do you know if they were Piru?
They were.
They were. And do you know who shot them?
No.
All right. Now, with regards to the Darnell Brim, do you know who shot him?
No.
Now, in terms of the 2 Piru that were shot the morning after
We're on
Mr. Brim,
1.25 chat.
you know
I know.
how the order was given out for these people to be shot?
No.
So no phone records, for instance, from Mr. Davis indicating that he wanted these people shot or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after the 2 Piru were shot, what happened next?
I believe later on, another person was shot at Pine and Bradfield in Mob Piru territory.
And was that person a Crip or a Blood?
The person that was shot was Piru affiliated, yes.
Okay, so 2 Pirus are shot that day, and then later on that day, another Piru affiliate was shot?
Yes.
All right, and do you know if that was an order that was given out by anybody to shoot that Piru?
No.
Okay, and then the next Piru or the next person shot after that was who?
I don't recall the name, but I believe it was 80 something South Ward Street. And
Was
that's
that-
in Crip territory?
And so that person was a Crip?
Yes.
All right, and that shot occurred when did that shooting occur?
I don't recall.
All right, and as far as you know, this is happening over the course of maybe there was 10 days. I think that was how it was framed. It was like it's a 10-day war in Compton.
Yes.
But fair to say, it may have been a little bit longer, like maybe 13 days, right?
No.
Okay, so let's say this. So if you go with 10 days in this, any proof at all that we can show this jury that Mr. Davis ordered any of the shootings to occur in this case?
No.
Now, in addition to that, the idea here behind the shootings, we go back to the Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Sure.
Is the Lakewood Mall incident, in your mind, the sort of the definitive act in which the war is now declared between the, Mall Piru and the Southside Crips?
Definitely heated things up.
That was the first incident that sparked this whole back and forth thing. Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it really happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your book, you identify it as happening at the Lakewood Mall.
Yes.
And it happened in a Foot Locker.
Yes.
Now, do you have any indication at all of a police report or a call for 911 to the area on a fight that occurs at the Lakewood Mall that day? No.
No.
Do you have indication at all from the security people at the mall where they would...
Didn't Mob James come in and testify that he was there and that Foot Locker needed to be remodeled?
Written up a report that said, hey, we had an altercation here at the Lakewood Mall.
I don't think a report was generated by the security officers, no.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, there's been some description of that brawl being the kind of brawl that actually required Foot Locker to redo their entire inside because it just destroyed the inside.
At the Foot Locker.
Right. You heard there was a fight, but you never made any effort, for instance, and it's not your job because it's Lakewood, right?
Correct.
But in essence, no verification that even Foot Locker was contacted to say, hey, did a fight break out over here on this particular day?
Why would he do any of that?
So in essence, what we have right now is what you had heard from people on the street as to what happened at this Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Yes.
Now, some people, I would assume, thought that the shooting of Tupac was in retaliation, or maybe the fight.
How many times does Keefe D in his recorded statements talk about the Lakewood Mall, though? How many times does Keefe D talk about it? Does anyone think it didn't happen? Okay. Cinnamon reads in the chat, asks, do we know who won the gang war, or was it just a draw? And does one win a gang war? These are my questions. Cinnamon, these are great questions. In Keefe D's book, he said that after Suge and Death Row paid Orlando Anderson the $60,000, and Orlando went to court and said that Suge was not, in fact, jumping him, that Suge was trying to help, things cooled out after that. So death row paying Orlando and Orlando going to court seemed to kind of quell things for the time per Keefe D, which also lends credibility to the fact that Keefe D could say, okay, guys, we good, cool it. Like, let's drop it. So that's what he says in his book. I think he talked about it in one of his recorded interviews with the task force. He talked about things slowing down after that testimony. So hopefully that helps.
Of Tupac and Orlando was in retaliation to what happened at Lakewood Mall. But as you're sitting right now, you don't have any actual proof of the Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred.
No.
Okay.
Just
Yeah.
Just test
Now,
just what
in
people
addition
said.
to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got one of my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shot caller, right? Now, a shot caller is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
yes.
And you had said that the shot caller is somebody that if an order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you don't know, for instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of a shot call or anything like that, right?
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keefe was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission. I mean,
Besides the admission, you don't have any actual physical evidence that supports.
Besides the admission, counsel, you don't have any proof that Keefe D was in Vegas. I mean, his admission, besides his admission. My client's a witness, detective. Excuse me. Do you not know that my client is a bullshitter? Don't listen to him. I got to back that up.
That, first of all, even if Keefe was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
his own admission. I mean,
besides the admission, you don't have any actual physical evidence that supports that, right?
correct.
And then in terms of his admission, did you ever verify what he was telling people to see if what he was saying was true?
As far as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So in terms of
The information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided
money for the South Side Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the South Side Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here.
in terms of your investigation in this case,
he didn't investigate this case. It's not his jurisdiction. He was dealing with the fallout from this case. I'm going back to 1.25 speed. Besides his admission, ignore the pesky statements of my client.
did Keefe ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know of.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Redirect by Mr. Paul.
He should have cut the entire first part of that cross and gotten into the things that actually support his case, like, do you have any evidence that Keefe D was in Vegas? I mean, besides its admission, do you have these receipts from the Monte Carlo? Do you have the hotel receipts? No. Where are they? I don't know. Do you have any proof that Keefe D was shot calling? Do you have any proof of the rest of this? Okay. Did you see any significant amounts of money recovered from my client's house, which you would expect if someone from his house right after this? No. Okay. Just start there. The beginning of the did you self-publish on Amazon just feels pointless. All right. Let's see what redirect has.
Let's start where Mr. Sam left off. So, Mr. Sam asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder. And your response was, his admission. Is that what you're saying?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides. Is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute.
Yeah, that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay.
I got to slow this down to real time because I thought for a second there he was going to say self-snitching. I really did. And it might just be because it's so lodged into my brain with this case. Self-admission. How do most of your cases come about? Self-admission.
Admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute.
Yeah, that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Samft asked you about you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay.
Right.
But let's go through Mr. Samft's logic. You had said that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the South Side Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, Mr. Brown, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, and Mr. Davis are in a car, who is the leader in that car?
Mr. Davis.
Who is the shot caller in that car?
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car, and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he tells them not to do it,
they're not doing it.
Say, let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle,
right, they're not
could Mr. Anderson
rogue.
shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about...
Good follow-up on redirect.
Your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the Death Row Chronicles.
Correct.
Death Row Chronicles is what he said.
Regarding the... I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes. I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just...
That sucks.
Switched police departments, and they absorbed us, and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence, too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the Sheriff's Department.
That sucks.
Mr. Sam mentioned...
I got a lot of questions about that.
Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the mob pirates?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the mob pirates?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Samft mentioned that Mr. Samft asked you some question about Southsiders. Darnell Brim was actually in conflict with the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Durow was a member of the South Side Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
I think he went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
We heard about Little Owl a little bit yesterday.
Were you aware that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder, too. Okay. Now, Orlando.
I'm surprised the defense didn't object to that. But you can see where the defense is trying to lay the groundwork that the other set of South Side Compton Crips were responsible for this, not Keefe D's set. And Little Owl, like the bird, was in prison at the time. And they established that yesterday, I believe, on the record.
Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street Crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the South Side.
We're back to
South Side Compton Crips, Burris Street Crew. Is that
Yes.
fair? Seal pass, please.
Recross, Mr. Sant.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. We're on recross. I'm speeding this up to 1.25. And I'm going to zoom. There we go. A question.
Thanks, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us, you said that was accurate, right?
Yes.
Back to the book.
Tried to be.
I'm sorry?
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine.
Oh, the book being accurate.
In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us, you said that was accurate, right?
Yes. Tried to be.
I'm sorry?
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine. I'm not. We're not really going to knock it.
Then what are you
I just want to know that
asking?
at some point in here, you do identify Mr. Davis as Keefe D, correct?
Yeah.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelled his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelled his name in the book?
Sure.
They dictated their book to someone else who typed it up.
Okay. Let me make sure I got it here. You want me to approach?
You may.
He's asking about whether how Keefe D's name was spelled in the book.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
Keefe.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
Half this case, I've spelled his name Keefe, and half the time I've spelled it Keffe. The defense, I think, is going to try to argue, because he asked it earlier today, if Keefe D's name is spelled wrong on his own book. So he was trying to argue that the way Keefe D is spelled in Keefe D's own book is incorrect. That came in earlier today. That came in earlier today, chat. He asked the witness on the stand, the homicide detective, if she caught that Keefe D's name was misspelled on the front of his book. And she's like, I don't know. So that's why he's asking this detective how Keefe D is spelled in his book. He's like, do you doubt the accuracy of the spelling in your book? He's like, I don't know.
Doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name.
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keefe.
No.
And
except that Keefe said that there were 3 Keefes in the neighborhood, and that's why he was Keefe D, because that was his initial.
you would have learned that name Keefe was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down, and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did, no.
Yeah. And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help, yes.
Yeah. And what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you...
Keefe spelled Keefe or Keffe or Keffee. Nobody's going to care. Nobody's going to care. They're all going to know, oh, that's Keefe D. This height, this weight, hanging around these people in this location. Right.
Happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with the gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point it starts up with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there, that's all. I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys, and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
He knows exactly who he is.
And that's what happened with Mr. Davis and I.
And fair to say again, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right?
Chat, after everything that you've heard in this case from the defendant's words, do you doubt that he is a South Side Compton Crip? Anyone? You let me know. I'm open to hearing your suggestions. But the defendant's own words seem to weigh heavily here.
Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on those streets, they can look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further question, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
We redirect, actually.
Oh, wait. Counsel, phone a friend. Can we phone a friend? Hold on. It's page, Emily, we're not in real time, and time travel's a secret only known to Keefe D. It's the ancient wisdom. Counsel, page 172 of his book. Keefe D's got a picture of himself, and under the picture it says Crippin' Hard. Cause he put it in his book. Griffin, you absolutely scared the life out of me. Hi, buddy. Did you guys see him sneak up on me? He snuck up on me.
So?
And tapped me on the shoulder. Hi, buddy.
Hi, Mom.
How are you?
Good. How are you?
Good. We're talking about Keefe D trying to say that the things in his own book are not necessarily accurate.
But
he put it in his book?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But that means your book's invalid.
That means your book's invalid, right?
And you've been doing this for a week.
Yes. We're in week 2.
Ugh.
I know. I think we're almost done for today, though.
Yeah, I'll be laughing 3 hours later.
I'll see you in a bit.
Yeah.
Thanks, G. Yes, G is actually the man behind the curtain today. But yeah, Keefe D's photo in his book is Crippin' Hard. That's right. Continuing on.
With regards to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the South Side Compton Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the South Side Compton Crips?
Objection to that speculation and description.
Okay, I'll actually...
Oh, shit. Don't give this prosecutor any more room to ask more questions about it. I'm backing this up to the objection.
No further question, John.
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Yeah, we got some redirect.
Actually.
We
With
doing
regards
this.
to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the South Side Compton Crips?
No.
was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the South Side Compton Crips?
Objection to that speculation and description.
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so
Mr. Davis?
Counsel's like, hold on. Let me get in my mojo. Counsel's like, let me just back up to talk about Keffe D bragging about being a Southside Compton Crip. Sure.
Vince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the South Side Compton Crips.
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the South Side Compton Crips?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other Southside Crips, too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the South Side Compton Crips?
Yes.
Is that it for you, Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Anything
Keffe D
else,
was
Mr.
just
Stamp?
shaking his head.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a few.
Oh, boy. Jury questions. Oh, I can't wait. I can't wait. Sir, we heard all your interviews before this witness took the stand. You talked about shooting dice with this gang when you were 7 years old, 8 years old. The night you were there when the Southside Compton Crips formed and your dad drove by. We've heard that story at least 2 times, and it's in your book. I can't wait to hear the juror questions. All right, the attorneys are at sidebar as they're talking about the jury questions. Numerous jury questions. More jury questions. That's a lot of pieces of paper. I can't wait to hear what the jury's going to say. All right, I'm going to put this down to normal speed because I want to hear the judge. Oh, it is. All right. I couldn't tell earlier. Okay. The judge is continuing to read these jury questions. That was a kind of long sidebar.
All right, a couple questions. You got a lot of questions. Okay.
I'm surprised the judge didn't say, winner, winner, you've got the most jury questions of anyone. And it sounded like the jury chuckled because, of course, they did, because I'm sure they like this judge very much.
A couple questions. You got a lot of questions. Okay. Why is Tupac not seen as a mob pyro while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is?
Why is Tupac not seen as a mob pyro when affiliated or seen around other members, and Keffe D is?
Well, there's nothing that documented Tupac as a pyro. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper.
Look at the jury. You're answering their questions.
He did show some allegiance to the mob pyro. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul, and I think he liked that lifestyle.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Pyro or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records. He was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage. Yeah, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Pyro and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
This is following the shooting of Tupac. It's interesting that they put it in context of whether or not those orders would need to be given.
Yes, if the shot caller's not there, then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot, even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller. But if he's present, they're most likely they're going to do what Mr. Davis tells them to do.
If command staff is present, then they will follow command staff's orders.
But if he's not present, then they're going to do what they do.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said.
Beef started.
Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong, and when he gets back, if he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. But when they're out in the street gangbanging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
However, I'm going to add a note just for the chat's edification. In Keefe D's book, he talks about the fact that he was on the phone that day with Orlando Anderson while he was in prison, and he was telling Orlando Anderson, I need you to hold it down and I need you to take care of business. His words. So.
The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department asked Compton PD to help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they were down here, they never asked us for help.
Interesting.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Palal?
Yes, Your Honor. With regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
Like you had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work.
There is a
in order
process.
to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered.
Isn't this exactly what Keefe D said yesterday when he was trying to talk to Soulja Boy and Justin Bieber? You don't live this life. You're millionaires. You're doing it backwards. Stop trying to be a part of this. He talked about it a lot in his interview yesterday. We're not the same. He talked about rappers being wannabe gangsters. He's like, you're rappers, stay in your lane. I think he actually used the word, stay in your lane. You don't live the life we live.
Mob pirate.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does?
Finally, we got this question.
Mob or South Side, but just in the gang culture. What is?
I mean, he talked about this a little indirect.
You have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members.
You're going to be out there being active, doing drive-by shootings, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's going to get you some respect within the gang.
Crimes.
They're going to be out there doing it.
Violent crimes.
So you had mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
fair? In fact, that's how you had mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is by being part of a group that shot at you. Is that fair?
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's too of a lawyerly word to say, selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
And as long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics, of course they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sales of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics, the money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the mob Pyru, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the mob Pyru?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. was, in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis, engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting the South Side Compton Crips.
Absolutely.
So you'll pass the witness.
Okay.
You know, it seems to me that a lot of Keefe D's beef with Tupac is that Tupac jumped in on Orlando Anderson getting jumped, and to Keefe D, it was out of pocket for Tupac to do that. So in all of Keefe D's conversation about what Tupac was up to, he was saying, "You're not one of us. Stop trying to be one of us." He didn't say it in quite that way, but why are you doing this? Stay in your lane. And we heard it over and over and over again in the Death Row Chronicle interviews. All right, let's see what the defense wants to ask about this.
Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Samt?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
I'm
Thank you so
surprised.
much for being here. You are excused.
And that's the end of this witness.
Last witness for the day?
Yes.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or phone, or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise for the jury.
And the jury is heading out for the day. Remember, court starts a little later tomorrow, so now's a good time for me to remind you to get the Larned app. LarnedApp.com, free on iOS and Android. We'll let you know when we start in court, or if something happens, or when the witnesses you want to see take the stand. Let's see if there's anything they're going to put on the record.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing from the stand.
Well, one thing. Mr. Santa asked if we
Nothing from the state. Well, just one thing. All right, let's see what the lawyers need to put on the record now that the jury is out for the day.
admit the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy for Mr. Sam to put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea what the extent.
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line. So that
Defense asked to put in the entire search warrant return from all 38 search warrants. And he said it was, what, 180 something pages?
that would be
WW.
WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. And that's the end of today's court day. So the prosecution ended day 7. We are still in the prosecution's direct, but they ended day 7 with Robert Ladd, a former Compton PD gang detective who then went to LA Sheriff's when Compton PD was disbanded by an act of city council, and then ended up at Garden Grove PD, and also wrote a book called Once Upon a Time in Compton. Did I have any idea that there was going to be another book involved in this case? Nope. No idea. No idea. But another book about this time period, and it seems the aftermath of the Tupac shooting in Compton. Not only did he give a bit of history about the South Side Compton Crips, the mob Pyrus, but he also gave kind of a play-by-play of what happened after the shooting of Tupac, and that the chief of police at the time, Reggie Wright Sr., called him the night that Tupac was shot, said that Tupac and Suge were shot, said that they thought that South Side Compton Crips might be involved, and essentially get ready because everyone is in Compton and everyone's going to be in Compton. And that's essentially what Mob James said too. Mob James said, we booked it back to Compton because we knew it was on. We knew we needed to get strapped. My words summarizing his, but they went back to Compton knowing it was going to be a problem. And the testimony we've heard is pretty consistent with that. He talked about the difference in how gang members become gang members, the different kind of phases of gang life from being a newer initiate or a baby gangster to a gangster that's putting in work on the streets to more of an OG who is not putting in as much work on the streets. He talked about where people were in that essentially chain of command and who was the most senior member of the South Side Compton Crips in the vehicle that shot at Tupac, that being the defendant, Duane Davis. At one point, though, the defense did say, do you have any evidence that Keffe D was in Vegas that night? And the witness said, I mean, his admission. And the defense is like, other than his admission. And he's like, his admission? So we saw the defense at the end of cross starting to get into what I thought was the better part of his cross-examination. When you guys raided Keffe D's house, did you find fat stacks of cash? My words, not his. Did you find expensive designer clothes? Did you find fancy cars? Like, where are the things, this is where I think defense will argue it, where are the things that indicate that he was this, big baller shot caller? Show me the money. And started asking about, do you know of any hits that Keffe D ordered? Do you know that he was doing the things he said he was doing? But then it came back around and redirect. How do you know that Keffe D was a South Side Compton Crip? Well, he kept telling me that he was. He was proud of the fact. And I think we heard that in Keffe D's interviews before this witness too. The jury asked a lot of questions about this period of time, asked what's the difference between Tupac being affiliated with Mob Piru but not being a gang member versus Keffe D being around other gang members but an active gang member but not an affiliate. And the detective broke that down some, but I think the person who broke that down better was Keffe D's interview yesterday, where he was essentially saying that Tupac was LARPing as a gangster, stay in your lane, you're a rapper, and saying it to newer musicians as well, talking to Soulja Boy and Justin Bieber, saying this isn't your life. You're not from our streets. You're not living this life. Stop pretending that you are. Keffe D was pretty adamant about that. And in the number of times he was asked about whether he felt bad about the shooting of Tupac, he circled back around to Tupac was involved in things he shouldn't have been involved in. And he wasn't from the streets. He should have stayed in his lane. So it lines up a lot with what the detective was saying for me in Keffe D's own words. So we will see where the prosecution goes. I imagine that they are getting close to the end of their case. Now my questions are we going to see Greg Kading on the stand? Or is that just going to open a can of worms? Is calling Greg Kading to the stand going to be similar to trying to call Proctor to the stand? I don't know if that is analogous, but maybe we'll see. But the defense keeps bringing up Kading's name and Mogg's name. So are we going to see Las Vegas Detective Mogg? Are we going to see Kading? Are we going to see Suge Knight called to the stand? And I think one of the things that was interesting at the very end of that testimony was that the detective was asked about Las Vegas PD. And Las Vegas PD came down for all those raids. 38 houses hit probably simultaneously. So they can't call each other and say, yo, the cops are at my door. They're probably coming to your place next. 38 houses hit all at once. And then Las Vegas PD never got in touch with them again. Those raids were in 1996. I've got questions. So, will we see Mog? Will we see Kading? Will we see Suge Knight? And I can tell you out of the three, the one I want to see on the witness stand the most is Suge. But who knows if that's going to happen? I've got personal opinions, but if you're the prosecution, that could go one of two ways. But if Keffe D wants to say he wasn't in Vegas, call Suge. Did you see his ass in Vegas? He says he was talking to you by your cherry red Rolls Royce. That you? But maybe not. I guess we'll see. So with that, Law Nerds, we're going to answer some questions. I know it feels like we're done a little bit early today because it's not like 9 p.m. It's still light outside, which is perfect for me because then my light came. So I can fix the light that went out on me a few days ago. So let's answer some questions and then I'm gonna go. Law Nerds, how you doing? You good? All right. You've got questions. I've got questions. We've got questions. Let's chat real quick. I saw a couple of you in the chat said, I don't know why, Daynat, I can't get to the end of your username. I'm so sorry. Daynat2923, will the prison force Suge to testify? So here's the thing. The prison can deliver Suge to local custody in Vegas, but you can't really make Suge say shit. And here's the thing. What are you going to do? I don't think Suge has a lot of Fifth Amendment in all of this because he was a victim of this particular shooting. And I think what they would ask Suge, and there's already been repercussions for the Orlando Anderson thing, and that's well past time. So what could they ask Suge? Were you in Vegas? Did you see Keffe D? Do you know who Keffe D is? That's about it. But you can't make Suge testify because the thing that they do to most people if they don't testify is they order them to testify. You're ordered to answer the question. He doesn't have a Fifth Amendment right in some of these things. And what if he doesn't? What are they going to do? Hold him in contempt? And do what? Put him in prison? He's already in prison. He got 28 years. I don't think he's eligible for parole until like 2032 or 2034. What are you going to do? Hold him in custody for contempt? He's already in prison. So there's not much that they can do to either motivate Suge or punish Suge. But maybe, just maybe, the fact that the defendant won't keep Suge's name out of his mouth, he might have something to say about that. I don't know. Can they bring him to court? Sure. Can they ask him questions? Sure. Can they make him do anything? No. No, they can't. But I guess we'll see. I mean, Keffe D talks about Suge so fucking much. But yes, chat is also correct. Suge has indicated that he has a book coming out. So yeah, maybe Suge will just take the stand and be like, buy my book. Buy my book. Maybe it's great promo for the book. This will be amazing for the book. Buy my book. I don't know. But I don't see a Fifth Amendment right in asking if he was in Vegas and if he saw Keffe D. I don't know what else they could ask, but we'll see if it happens. He's on the witness list. I suspect maybe not, but who knows? I mean, who knows what the prosecution will choose to do? Christy McKay asked earlier in the day, Emily, what's been your biggest surprise regarding this trial so far? How much Keffe D wouldn't keep his fucking mouth shut? I shouldn't be surprised, but the level of self-snitching before the book is really surprising to me. The amount of chitty chat. The book kind of got me to the level of petty we were going to see from Keffe D. He was doing FOIA requests to see who had snitched on him. Like 100%. When he feels personally wronged, he's going to hold on to that shit. But I didn't realize quite how conversant he was with law enforcement. And his conversations with his lawyer Higgins, I am genuinely surprised by. Him and his lawyer sitting there with LAPD officer Dupree in the room, And Higgins saying, look, man, when you give two statements, you can either lock it in or you can give yourself a little distance. I'm not saying to lie. I'm saying you need to give yourself a little space. You need to distance yourself a little bit in front of the cop. In front of the cop. Shocking. The lawyer's follow-up questioning, also shocking. The prompting his client to say more, also shocking. Also shocking. Bella asked, does the EDB book club include the spicy account, the second Audible account? We'll keep that to members only, though I think that that those that know, and it is a if you know, you know kind of a situation. A lot of you are asking what happened to Higgins. It's my understanding that Higgins has passed. I don't know how or why, but it's my understanding that he is also deceased, as many in this case are. Destiny said, shout out to Bruce Rivers, stop self-snitching. I think this is the biggest case of self-snitching we've seen. He literally mentioned it all. He mentioned it all, just all of the all. Nurse said, voyage on a sea of, well, apparently bullshit when it comes to Keffe D. If Keffe D is convicted, how will the book, TV, money, etc. work with the Slayer type laws? I would suspect that Keffe D, well, here, let me back up. At the beginning of this book, Keffe D says for contact about this book, contact, and there's a company name. I would imagine that all the proceeds of this book went to that company name and that he is not the holder of that company. I would imagine it is either his kids or his family members, which would make it a little more difficult to get to. But if he's convicted, we can have that conversation about it. Oh, chat, no, we're talking about lawyer Higgins. We're not talking about Massachusetts Higgins. We're talking about this lawyer Wayne Higgins. I realize that gets confusing. We're not talking Massachusetts Higgins. We're talking about attorney Wayne Higgins. So I would suspect that the company that is set up here does not have Keffe D's name on it. Now, does that stop, if he is convicted, does that stop potentially Tupac's estate from going after that company and then trying to sue them civilly and perhaps going after the proceeds of the book? Maybe not. I just don't know if we will see that happen. Or Suge was also a victim of that shooting. If Suge would choose to go after it, I don't know. Also, there is more lawn mowing going on. I am sorry, chat. It is what it is. The timing is unfortunate. It's literally all day today, which surprised me. Cons the Dog, congratulations. Said I joined a research neuroscience lab today. Congratulations. I hope it's amazing. Pickled Sweet said my hostile witness tea just got here. I love it. We do have a few things left in the Law Nerd shop. We tried to restock so that things would still be there. Again, the Law Nerds continue to surprise us in wonderful ways. So there are some things still in the Law Nerd shop. I'm glad you guys are loving your hostile witness tees. I really like the shape of that shirt. We will be, I'm sure, using hostile witness in other launches down the road and using that particular shirt in other launches down the road because I really like them quite a lot. Do they have proof of Keffe D's rank in the gang? The other witnesses that testified did talk about him being kind of up there. We have other law enforcement that testified about him being kind of up there. He told law enforcement that he was at the top of that gang numerous times in his own statements and in his book. So do we have proof of his rank in the gang? Yes, from numerous law enforcement officers and his own statements. It is something that he talked about quite a bit. And stolen valor within the gang. I know it's an odd analogy, but within the gang world does not go very well. And the other people that were living that life at that same time have not come in and undermined that statement by Keffe D. They've in fact confirmed that that was true. So the others that were around at the time that would know have also said. So yeah, I don't think the jury's going to get all that hung up on whether or not Keffe D was in Vegas. I think the biggest thing is it bullshit, or is the things he said true? And also, why would you bolster your involvement in something to law enforcement? And then why would you be so worried about it when you're giving an interview to TV, telling them that if you say what you know, that you're implicating yourself? He was fairly forthcoming with law enforcement and federal law enforcement decades before Greg Kading's book ever came out. So I don't know if the defense's strategy, I mean, they've got to go with something, but I don't know if their strategy is going to help, because a lot of the puffery and bolstering and exaggeration is about other things. But his recitation of what happened that night through the federal interviews and then his proffers and then the first interview with the film crew are pretty consistent. And I wonder if we'll see some of the other interviews that we know that he's done come in to play here. I also wonder if the jury's got to just be losing their mind with all these books being mentioned, and like, you can't do any research, you can't look into anything else. You have to just wait and see what is presented to you. And now they know the book's in evidence. They can't take it home and read it for the night. They have to wait until they get into deliberations. It would be hard. And you've got the defense bringing in his tabbed up copy of the detective's book and asking questions about it. And they can't go back and flip through it and look at the pictures. They can't go back and look at Keffe D's book. Oh, it would be difficult. It would be hard for me to be on the jury and just waiting for them to kind of present what they're presenting and want to read it now. I would want to read the books. But you can't. You got to just go home and be like, okay, I guess we're going to watch something else. But also, how many of you either went to the library to look for the books, went to Libby to look for the books, went to Kindle to look for the books, went to, see if Compton or the Death Row Chronicles were on streaming, went to go see if Murder Rap was on streaming, and went to go look at some of the things they've talked about? Right. It would be so hard not to. Do you think the defense is allowing the book into evidence to build buyers? No. I think the defense is allowing the books into evidence to say that it is puffery. Also, it's the defendant's own words. There's not much they can do to keep it out of evidence. But no, I think some of it is so that they can say, look, man, my client just wants to name drop. He's talking about the fucking Kardashians. He's just blowing smoke. He's bullshitting. But the defense did say we would hear that Keffe D is a legendary bullshitter. And that's not what we've heard from a single witness. We've heard that he was moving narcotics across the country, but we have not heard that he's a legendary bullshitter. That's not what we've heard. I wonder if the defense is going to bring in their own witnesses. We'll see. Nishay, good to see you in the chat. MX Firebird's Child said, can the jurors listen to Tupac's music? I think listening to the songs that are mentioned in the case is kind of on the cusp, because it is almost doing research. It's like driving by the location if they were intentionally driving by the location. I think it could be a problem. So I imagine the jurors are probably staying away from it, even if they're curious, because it could be seen as doing research in the case. If they're listening to the radio and California Love comes on, it's not as if they're searching it out. But if they're actively going and looking for it, it could cause problems. And honestly, I think the attorneys should have just played the songs so that they had it. I think they should have. All right, Law Nerds, I am going to go and spend a little time with the family. I hope you guys have a good night. It's lovely spending trial days with you. We are starting later tomorrow because court is starting later tomorrow. I thought court was starting at 1 p.m. on Thursday. Apparently, court's starting at 1 p.m. tomorrow. We will send you a notification to the Lawnerd app when court gets started. That is 1 p.m. Pacific. So for those of you on the East Coast, 4 p.m. tomorrow, 3 p.m. Eastern. So half day in court tomorrow, and I guess we'll see where we get with the prosecution witnesses tomorrow. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a Lawnerd. Take care. Thank you, mods. Thank you, Team Baker. And Lawnerds, I will see you tomorrow in court. All right. That's enough for this good day. I'll see you tomorrow. Bye. Thank you for joining me. Make sure you don't miss a live stream or any of the updates on the cases that you care about most with the Lawnerd app at lawnerdapp.com. It's a free download on iOS and Android, so I can keep you in the loop. Because you never know when something's going to pop off. Thanks for being here, and thanks for being a Lawnerd.